It's time for yet another playday in Korea League. It is the 6th day of our group stage. Teams only have 2 more games left, including the ones they played today, to gather some points to lock in their top 6 spots to make it into playoffs. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and I'm joined by the lovely Fluke and Hap for the analyst desk, as well as the cast. Good morning, how are we feeling today?
Lovely now.
Slightly
the
blurry.
Lovely Fluke and Hap.
I'm slightly blurry, but I'm feeling well myself.
Your glass is not fogged up.
Wait,
is that why everything is blurry?
As well, no?
No, the glasses are okay. I don't know what happened
Yeah,
during
that's just
EUL.
Hap.
That was way more blurry. But overall, it was pretty okay. But you know, these things happen. I'm cleaning my glasses, see if it helps.
This is a thrilling bit, Hap. Thanks for starting the show on such a high.
We'll find a solution for that. That'll be perfectly fine. But you two weren't here yesterday. I'm not sure how much you've watched of Korea, but a lot went down yesterday. I think we had our closest day in Korea League Stage 2 that we've had so far. We had our first overtime. There was a 7-5 game. I mean, Demo said he actually enjoyed it and he thought it was good siege. Emmy, can you believe that?
I think it's a high bar. We all know the demo bar is a high bar. If they hit that bar, I'm all for it. As you said, the average, I think, was a 7-3 up until yesterday's playday that we were casting as well. And then it had our first OT. We had the 7-5. It's nice that they're finding the teeth, but is it too little, too late?
I think we might actually get a closer matchup here today, except for maybe the match of PSG Talon versus Orgless, but the rest is all people that are right next to each other on the standings. So, I mean, it is a very important day for, well, let's say 6 of these teams.
That is a good shout, yeah. I mean, you mentioned the PSG Talon Orgless game. That is... we talked about the potential of it being a 7-0 yesterday, okay? There is a very big chance that that might happen. Orgless still on 0 points, unfortunately. But PSG Talon making very quick work of D plus Kia yesterday, giving them 3 points to make it at that very top of the standings as we're looking at the end of day 5, actually, going into day 6. And we mentioned there's 2 more games for these teams after. There's still a lot of opportunities for teams to make it into that top 6, but for teams like Blossom and Orgless, they really need their points today. We'll look at the games that we have ahead of ourselves today. We already mentioned it for Orgless. There is a really tough game coming up as they are on that second game of the day versus PSG Talon. But before we do have that game, we'll have Mir taking on BNA. And like you mentioned, these 2 teams are really close to each other in the standings. Only 2 points, I believe, separating these 2 apart from each other to make it into that top 6. Our third game of the day, Blossom taking on Weeble. I think once again, on that very edge of the bottom of the top 6, which of these 2 teams can really lock in their position. And then similar to yesterday, we'll end our day today with a heavyweight boxing game between the current number 2 and number 3 in the standings, D+ and FearX, taking it up against each other. And I think that one might really determine which of these 2 teams will make it into that top 2 happen, which one of these teams will get the bye going into playoffs.
Yeah, this game probably, no, actually will, if this is a straight-up victory, considering head-to-head is the first tiebreaker that goes on. So if D+ wins and a full 3 points from FearX, there's no way that FearX can catch up, and the other way around as well. The only option will be if this goes to overtime, of course, then there's just a single point difference, which means it all comes down to that last day. But yeah, very exciting game for those 2. Same, I must say, about Weeble and Blossom, because there's only a single point dividing them. Whoever wins this, very likely to actually make it to the playoffs, and the others just, well, sadly dropping out.
I think that's the sort of split of it right now. Is it's hard to gauge the performance of the teams at the bottom of the table, because you look at, say, Weeble, and it's what, 1-7 loss, 1-7 loss, 7-1 win. It's really all or nothing, and it's not even the comparison of who they're up against. It's been across the entire sort of dividends. At the same time, is there a weird way of sort of saying, okay, well, the team like Blossom has been able to pull a couple of rounds against the biggest teams consistently and just not get any further? Might they be able to get somewhere with it?
We'll have to wait and find out, but of course, we mentioned our games today are super important for the teams and the current positions that they're in, so we're looking towards our predictions to see who we think might have the upper hand into the games that we had ahead of ourselves. I predicted a different one for the last one. That is, I think, my main focus point, I guess, going into this one. I believe, for me personally, D+ faced a very tough loss yesterday. I thought that game was going to be a lot closer versus PSG Talon, and I know D+ tend to be a bit of an emotional team. Maybe they have some difficulties being able to recover from that, but I was wrong with my predictions yesterday, so maybe I shouldn't even be the one speaking about this. Both Demo and Ollie were 100% correct with their predictions yesterday. The same might happen to you too, Emmy.
It might. I want to say when I went for my predictions, I looked for an inside voice. I looked for someone above to help me carry this through to 100%. I believe. I have full faith. Did the producer do my predictions? Yes. And I think together we are going to be able to pull this off.
I like how the producer's like spreading his cards here, right? I mean, he's predicted different teams for the very last few matchups. Is kind of like spreading his cards can still take the honor regardless of which two teams wins, right, Hap?
I'm kind of actually curious how he does his predictions himself. Is it just a coin flip, or just trying to be different to some extent? It's a highly educated guess, okay? He says. All right.
Listen, I'm listening for the voice again. I'm putting my hope up there, and it's highly educated, okay?
Yeah, it's highly educated, but I like it. I mean, you can always go for the underdog in certain situations as well. I mean, maybe Blossom could be that underdog in the game versus Weeble. I guess we never know. It's like Korea League as well. Anyways, it seems so difficult to tell what is going to happen with the games we have ahead of ourselves, with the teams, with their performances from stage 1 going into stage 2. But, maybe we should just go get to watch the games and see what actually is going to happen, because we can get into our very first game of the day. I think it'll be an important one to determine which of these two teams can make it into top 6, or at least solidify their position a little bit more for that top 6. It could very well be Mir. They had a rough stage last time around. I believe they finished 7, but they're looking a lot better this time. I believe they only need a win or an OT win to confirm top 6, but I know, Hap, you always have the numbers sorted out when it comes to this one as well, so I'm kind of looking towards your direction to help me out a bit here.
I'm quickly checking, but I think they even still have an opportunity to make it to top 2, and that would basically mean that they have to get the full 6 points, and they need FearX to win in overtime against D+. That would actually give them the head-to-head victory that they managed to get in Playday 4. So, looking exciting there. As for the actual points that they need to get, I think it's just a single point to lock themselves out, because that will put 6 between themselves and Blossom. And even if they don't manage to do that, if Blossom loses today, well, that still would mean that they are locked out. So they are quite literally on the brink of getting themselves in playoffs.
It's just been such a great sort of showing. Obviously, there was a lot that was talked about this roster. They're coming in an entirely different language, bringing an English-speaking sort of dynamic from all across the world. Obviously, they've got some NA talent, some EU talent, and obviously Korea talent. And it finding success, and Sloth is having a blinder. He's been the MVP the 3 games that they've been able to win, but at the same time, the team being able to prop that up, it's always that big statement, it's always that big piece, is it takes the influence of the rest of the team. It's not a 1 versus 1 game, and it's just been such a big growth from where they were especially.
100%. And I think if we look at the close history of Mir, I mean, we're looking at this kind of progress they're making through from stage 1 going into stage 2. I believe with their close history yesterday, they might feel like they've lost some points, or they let some points slip against Weeble, seeing as if they barely even lost that game in regulation, but probably will feel to themselves, we could have and probably should have won this in regulation, and we've let go of 1 point here, which, like you said, Hap, might really come back to bite them in the end if they don't make it into top 2 and don't get that bye going into playoffs. But you mentioned Sloth as well, a player that's been really standing out for this team and this roster. I said yesterday I want to see his KD at the end of the stage, because I feel like it might be numbers that we haven't really seen a lot before, but feel like that might make it difficult for their opponents today. We got BNA going up against Mir, and for BNA themselves, we saw that they're currently underneath Mir in the standings. Yesterday, we saw them have some good opportunities on attack. Opportunity spawning was definitely there. They had some good adaptation. Some players were getting away with being misdroned. It was a good game from BNA yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. But we also got to remember it's basically a completely different roster as what we've seen in Stage 1. Maybe the experience that Damali and Katsang are starting, to bring into the roster have been really helping them actually develop together with the, more rookie-esque players in that roster. So there is a lot of raw talent out there. And it's starting to take form now. And, that's what you like to see. BNA as the org, already huge improvements compared to Stage 1. I'm really excited to see how far they can grow.
I think the thing about BNA as well is that they're winning their must-win games, but only just, right? If you're looking at a team like BNA, a team like Mir, a team like, sort of mid-table, lower-table team going up against PSG Talon, they're probably going to lose, and they have to put in a bit of fight. But here, they're getting themselves these wins. It's close, and that closeness is my main sort of bit of worry in the sort of, if you knock everything away, their wins are coming through, or is it 7-5 against Orgless, who are yet to have a single win across this campaign and have won 7-5 against Weeble. They need to try and get themselves just a little bit more confident, a little bit more in control, and focus for my money to just make it feel more convincing.
You said it perfectly there. I mean, Demo said it yesterday. Orgless is like the team that you expect to beat, and if you struggle to beat them with a 7-5, for example, then you're showing that, hey, something is still wrong. I did like the confidence that BNA were showing yesterday. I mean, Katsang walked in like he owned the place, for example, in one of those rounds, and I feel like that's a player that I would like to highlight as well going into this, because when we talk about Mir, for example, we always talk about Blur, we always talk about Sloth, those international players coming into the team. When we talk about BNA, we have been singing the praises of the Mali so many times, but these two players that we're now putting in a head-to-head against each other are maybe a bit more of our unsung heroes.
I think
Yeah.
It's weird to say unsung heroes, because, correct me if I'm wrong, Baguette was the MVP last time round when they had their previous stage in Stage 1, wasn't they?
Baguette was definitely one of the stronger players
numbers
indeed.
going.
He's like one of the only ones that actually remain on the roster as well.
Yeah.
And the thing about
You can
Katsang
run with
is
that hat.
Oh, sorry. I don't know if you were going to take it back at all. Either way, Katsang, it's also kind of weird considering, of course, he comes from, a huge team, D+. He has a lot of experience. And again, like, he might be more there. It's something we've seen as well happen in Europe, for example, just to bring in that experience to help the newer players develop. Make sure there's that, steady backline that's basically always around to catch some of the strays if things go wrong.
I think it's fair. But, it's also a long distant sort of memory at this point, right? It obviously Siege is a game in the esports is quite old. You look at the sort of highest moments of rosters and the highest moments and when those conversations die out. And I think it's the same for sort of Katsang, is seeing where they were. And obviously Mia Gaming, they're the other side of this, where they're bringing in some of those players. They're bringing in Blur, they're bringing in Sloth. Sloth, in EU had impact, but not world-beating impact. Had performances, not major beating performances. Blur, obviously, Blur has had that hammer, but I would say hasn't quite been able to get their teeth into this as of yet. The pace of this region is something, and I think it's probably going to stress a more support-oriented player a bit more, but who knows whether that can be something that starts to show towards the end of the run.
It's a good conversation to have there. I mean, Blur was the lowest on the scoreboard yesterday. We've always seen him be more of that supportive player, but a big topic of our discussion yesterday was how Sloth has also been taking up this IGL rule, which means that he is the sole entry player. He's that main spearhead of the team, but he also has to direct his players that are still currently behind him. And we had this whole conversation about how that's quite difficult to do, because you have to be busy with yourself and your entries, but also focus at the players that are behind you. and it's not something that we commonly see. Now, the map is also a big discussion, I think, for this going into this best of one here, because for BNA, I looked at their map history and they've been able to get away with playing just Chalet and just Clubhouse. So seeing Mir immediately banning out these two maps is quite a big statement, in my opinion. It shows, okay, we don't want you to go to the comfortable maps that you've been playing on. We will at least be seeing a new map here today from BNA.
I think that it's a wise move because it's a roster that is new, right? And the first thing you try and learn is a map, and you learn a second, then you learn a third. And being able to sort of go, okay, let's see your third. Let's start to test this. It ties back into that conversation of they are only just winning on their first and the second maps. Them being stretched out, that could be the difference of a 7-5 win to a 7-5 loss. That could be the difference of even worse results.
Yeah, and of course, after this, they will be going to best of threes as well, when this stage is over. And again, you need to have that wider map pool. If they've only played 2 so far, is it a question of hiding? This bank is the one that has been chosen. Or is it a question of just an actual lacking map pool? So Mur trying to indeed try and stretch that. See if they can actually force them into a bit of an uncomfortable position.
And Consulate was the one map we saw Mir play yesterday, which was at overtime against Weeble. BNA decided to ban that out, and once again, Mir have the final say on what map it is going to be. It was like that yesterday too, and then Bank was the map that would have been optional to be selected by Mir instead of what they eventually played, their Consulate. So I assume Mir has to be comfortable on this map, given that they were willing to bring it out that late yesterday and decided to ban it out as their final map. They also start out on the defensive half. Given all of these facts that we just mentioned, Emmy, this might seem like a very tough hill to climb for BNA.
I worry for them. I worry the fact that this is such a good map for a player like Sloth. There's so much freedom that you can find. It rewards getting yourself in a little unknown corner, popping your head up, biting, pulling yourself back round, exploring the full weird shape of Bank. This is probably why it's high up in Mur's sort of, we enjoy this map, because not a lot of teams around the Korean region love Bank. It's a very low sort of preference rate here. So I am curious to see whether he's going to get his 4th MVP title, or if BNA can find a way to shut down his game specifically.
Not only that, BNA also has the worst attacking win rate in the entire league so far. And a map like Bank, as you mentioned, Emmy, is so huge, especially gives so much room to roamers. They also haven't been able to get a single plan down as of yet in the entire league. So them starting off on attack might actually create a bit of a snowball effect here for Mur. If they manage to get 5 rounds, maybe 6 rounds in this first half, in that case, BNA, well, game would probably be over already.
And I also think people are going to be thinking that I am a Scopus enthusiast with the amount that I've been talking about Scopus yesterday, given that yesterday was Scopus' debut into professional play. We saw her being played a lot already yesterday in Korea League as well as Asia League, but given that you say, okay, BNA has a bad attacking rate so far in Korea League, Bank also tends to be a map that you can literally pop your head up everywhere where you want to, what's the likelihood of Scopus being played on this map? How do we feel they might fit into here?
Yeah, I mean, I want to see a lot of it. We had the 4K from New Year's in an 8 last night. Let's go for the ace, baby.
We'll see if Scopus ends up being played on this map. BNA with a very low prediction rate into this one here. Can Mir actually prove that they have the upper hand going into Bank? We'll find out right here.
Thank you very much, Anne, and a good morning to anyone that's watching from our side of the world, and a good evening to anyone watching from the opposite end. We are here with our opening game of this Korean Playday, the 6th Playday? Are we on number 6?
Playday. It is the 6th. There's only one more after this. Double shield ban.
Sorry, yeah. I mean, yeah. There's the conversation. I'm curious to see. Okay, Sloth is just getting an all chat instantly. Again, that's the EU mind game. The mentality. Legally, I can't repeat what he's typing in. What was the post the other day that you just made? I hope a dev is watching.
Hope devs are watching. Yeah.
I hope the devs are watching. Hey, that's all for them. There was Obviously, the
was
setup
actually
ban, there's
playing,
Army, Kaid, but the double shield. If you are unaware, we won't get too long into this because everybody's sort of said it and everybody's seen it at this point. They're just pretty strong right now. And it's not that it's a sort of tick for a win all, but if you're a good shield player, which back in the day, there weren't a huge amount of great shield players, probably only about 3 or 4 around the world, so much that it was a point of saying they're a great multiplayer. There's a lot of okay shield players. An okay shield player is now a great shield player. And that's a worrying thing to have a consistency on.
It even works in you know, the rank. I was playing this morning, and I was actually doing quite well, and we were losing still. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to play Monty. And we just managed to get, like, the plan down every single time. People were just afraid to challenge it. And that's kind of the thing you've seen pro players say as well. I think it was Joystick. It was like, you see that shield, what do you do? Like, you know, it's coming at you. There's nothing you can do to challenge it. You panic, you run away, you try your best to link up with teammates to see if you can go for a crossfire. There's so much free space you just take. And it might not get, like, the flashy kills, but they're definitely very present, very annoying to deal with. Actually, we're starting on the attack. I thought they were starting defense.
Yeah, the graphic did show defense, but to be honest, I mean, either way, I think we can get predictions of how this game is going to go across both halves. And B&A, they have to be the ones that impress us. They have to be the ones that impress the audience, who had such a weighted poll. But I'm curious to see how much they've sort of learned and how much Mer's been able to big. So as much as I can sort of big up the idea of what Sloth can do, it is still, as I said before, a team-driven game. You have to be able to get step for step. Bank is an awkward play space. It's big in some places, narrow in others. It's not really sticking to conventional ideas. There's always a bit of a rotate. There's always a bit of an angle. And it's almost that weird middle child between the shoeboxy world that we get in a lot of modern maps and the sort of big open eyeline space from one corner to one corner of the other. The mirror window popped early will make things a little bit more thin to play around the side and the top of Banana, but otherwise, God is free to get rid of a lot of utility there driving through.
Talking about these long... He's actually repelled off the skylight in the middle. Okay. Well, I mean, you don't see that every day, but if he manages to land a kill out of it, it's absolutely outrageous. There you go. Fire comes through.
He's dropped.
Yeah, forced to fall back. And now Damali playing down below, no longer really in any danger of the fire to come through. I think Blur is already inside on the staircase as well. Yeah, Kai just walked in and get that kill. They still have no idea about Sloth, though, as Kai almost gets shut down. Honest rotate back out.
Bit of a missed idea there. Obviously, they thought that they had pushed all the players back. And as I said, the compliments that you can play to this map is you are free. You get these little pocket rotates. Think about the motion they made there behind the reception desk. There was the big solid wall. The player on the window couldn't see them. That was a bit of the direct cover. Sloth, they've had to just run their way in. There's 50 seconds now. And all that work that they've done is now going to turn into how can you fight your way up the top of the spiral stairs. Just refiring the angles. There's Kai and Sloth getting the pickup. That was a jump out the side. You'll see that on Bank maybe twice a half. But as Guard gets us down to the 3-3, it is technically player down. Sloth going to get themselves back up. And this round, if this goes away from B&A, being able to get that opener, they do get the down on the second player. Sloth does get caught out. They're not going to be able to get the pick back up. B&A kind of really needed to get this win.
Definitely. And as the repelling comes, Roland gets that final kill. For a second, I was afraid there he's actually not going to be able to connect it. That win comes in, and I mean, deserved so. They managed to get the entry kill quite consistently. Or no, well, quite cleanly, you have to say. No idea they had that there was a player right behind the teller's area out there. Still, Seymour being able to just fight back through, still find some kills to go their way, even momentarily having the man advantage. But in the end, not enough time to really take it slow enough where they could convert that round into a win.
Mia Gaming, you get themselves off to a bit of an okay start, and I'm going to use the okay because although it was a close round, let's be honest, they only brought it together because they just sent in and tried to start killing people. And B&A were a team that almost let that happen. Those sort of plays aren't going to get you any ground against bigger teams. Those sort of moments aren't going to get you any further. B&A were able to lock it out, and if they hadn't, I'd be very worried for how this game is going to go, but they get that bit of confidence. They get that little bit extra. Let's see if they can try and make it work on a site that's a bit more solid. Obviously, it started with them with those 2 players underneath. One of them was forced via the elevator from the fire. We'll see if they can get any sort of further, any sort of deeper into it.
Quickly trying to take care of some utility. I mean, there is a bulletproof camera out there. Sloth, of course, has the ability to walk by unseen. So do you want to take care of that camera, or do you want to let it live? Because it could be a false sense of security now if it gets checked. Because they'll see, oh, no one there, and then they'll go back on cycling through other cams or, you know, go by their business. And indeed, they leave the camera up. Sloth's just going to quickly recharge the scanner before he's going to hit the site. And he's very close, and some fire is already coming through on the side of Mur. And there's a couple of roamers around that just have no idea that Sloth just managed to get the first hit. 1 HP left on Guy.
Oh, Guy. I mean, they have a good rifle for trying to get into this engagement, but it just takes that. A spray through a soft, a sight as a little bit of a glancing shot. They're not able to secure the kill, and they don't want to hand them the free fight back. The grenade over the top. They're going to drone themselves forward. The player has escaped, but it's drawn a lot of focus from 2 other BNA players. So, Mia Gaming might have been able to make a bit of a movement in that time. You can see that they're getting on with a standard clear. In fact, it's Baguette on the top floor finishing that clear. Gets themselves one. There's a player just in the elevator shaft they know about. Let's see how long they can sit here. But Roland's sort of ways out in this engagement. Not really any. He's sort of tucked in a bit of a sharp spot. The wall is slightly open to his right. Doesn't know where the angle is. You can see they're trying to rotate a player to support him. They just blindly sprint through and, yeah, it takes the hatch. Isn't going to sit around too much. He couldn't contest that, as I said, with the structure that was coming around him.
Yeah, probably on the back of Katzing as well, of course. Having a cardiac sensor out, knowing that there's 2 people and that, you know, might be pushing him at any second at that moment. It's the right call to fall back. 2 players on that main stairs now. What are they going to do about it? Still have a C4 in pocket. Do you want to take that wide swing? Oh, definitely not now. As they're watching down on the actual staircase. So, swing will be made by hand, but Sloth indeed moving in from the garage, getting yet another kill.
Now at this point, we're finding ourselves again with a little amount of time left. Katzang gets Sloth, gets control of Garage, gets that back in their favor. He sort of got there and sat there for 2.5 minutes. Wasn't quite able to get anything out of it. The pressure on towards the site itself. They're still got to try and angle for a plant or any kind of drop, and it's starting to get very last minute. They're tucked on the inside of the site, but the players are about to surround either side of him. The outline bug showed that at least one of them was a teammate, but as it's back and forth towards gold, it's another BNA round.
This is a great start for BNA, managing to find those 2 rounds already, even though they aren't clean. And this was a double entry, like, that Mur had available to them that they were unable to convert. That's an interesting monitor angle down there in the player cam. I've not seen the diagonal.
My neck already hurts.
Look at how close he is as well. He's
no, don't get closer.
It's amazing.
At that point, it's almost a table.
Yeah. Maybe he puts his glass of water on it as well, you know? It's just...
That's wild. That's a wild setup.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I'm not a pro player. I can't tell you what's comfortable to get to the top, but I can probably get a physician to tell you that's not comfortable.
Oh, at least not ergonomically correct. Like, you might suffer from that after a couple of hours behind the screen. Maybe for a match it's fine, but I just imagine that he practices like this as well, and that he actually, plays his ranked games like that. I don't know. My neck's also hurting watching that. Either way. As we get going, good start for BNA. Finding those 2, and again, the resilience shown to fight back in just that single round. And of course, the basement, it's hard to attack, but they had a 2-man entry. They had the staircase, they had the garage under control for a pretty long time. It's just a bit weird that they weren't able to truly translate that into a round win. So far, a bit of trouble for Mur. Of course, they are expected to be the favorite in this game. Saw it in the predictions beforehand, 88%. As the openings are being made now for the verticality, it's going to be forcing the uncomfortableness around the cubicles. They're no longer going to be able to play. They're basically tucked themselves back in towards the side office. Otherwise, risk the opportunity of being shot through the window and also from upstairs at the exact same time. It's just done to make sure that you have to clear less angles as soon as you go for an execute.
I'm curious what they're going to try and get as their point here. And I mean that by their point of entry. You're looking at, obviously, Sloth was sitting for a very long time on the back end. The Clash is causing problems on the front door. They need to try and find a way to, I guess, force at least a bit of this team game into their favor, because things are exploding late. They're still getting very close. However, the concern was that previously Sloth was a little bit ineffectual. If he'd netted the kill, different story, but he didn't. He's gone on the hunt. Isn't even sure where he got shot from. The foot angle, likely from behind the quad wall. They're just holding out, but now he is the player on 1 health. He's the player that has to be a lot more slow and steady, because as he put someone suffering before, it only takes a scratch to get him down now. Think of that Clash.
Just a single zap would be enough to end his life, especially when he's going to get closer towards the actual site. Seems to be trying to get an entry. Oh, goes prone, tries to fire at some... Don't know if that was a grenade that just rolled by him. Oh no, it's scanned from the Lion E1D that comes through. There you go, that might be the end of Sloth if he comes around the corner. Yep. The down comes in. There's nothing they can do as the Mali pops up from the archives and shuts him down.
What was the Ossa watching? They had that position at the top of the stairs. You're thinking what they're paying attention to. Sloth going down is bad. Blur gets one, but they're still not going for this player. They entirely lost focus. Tried to double down. There's 2 free pickups. It's a 2 versus 2. Sure, they've got themselves inside the site. Mira trying to push. If they can get that kit, do they even have the time with the Clash that's taken all the energy out of them? An easy swing around the corner for Mali to get one. The second pops there. The Clash is reading all of this. There's a feed of play-by-play. Hits the turtle spin. Doesn't even need to spin.
Stands by the pillar. Quick strafe in and out. And they win the round. And B&A, in what is going to worry a lot of Murph fans, suddenly 3-0 up. And indeed, you have the tactical timeout to come through. They need to have a chat about what's going on. Because they're getting some entries, but they're not able to actually get those rounds in.
There's little things that are falling apart. And I guess it was that thing that I talked about earlier, where I said B&A, they have a sort of, they're a newer team put together from a roster of different people. They're building their map pool. They're going, this is our map. This is our map. We're going out there, but to be fair, it's the same for Mia Gaming right now. This is not a map that they seem as calm on. This is not a map that they seem as collected on. The things there where the swing comes around from underneath, they've got a down player, they've got the Clash, they've got the breach open. They're able to get that kill from side, and then not contested by the Ossa, who is at the top of the stairs, almost entirely forgotten about. Just drifts to the bottom of the square stairs and gets picked up from the side again. It's just little moments getting a bit away from them, and they were so close in their first round for smashing and entering. Since then, they've just drifted further and further away.
And I assume the Ossa was actually watching the Clash at that moment in time, because, it's swinging out the door. Maybe someone's coming in behind the shield. You want to make sure that that's safe. And then lacking the information that there was someone still in tellers, finding those 2 kills from there, it's just painful. But the tactical timeout of Mir just came in, and now gotta see if that brings change, the change that they want to have, and that does rely on getting some attacking rounds. And of course, we still have to say, B&A, they have the worst attacking win rate in the entire league so far. So if Mir is able to bring this back by, well, maybe 2 or 3 rounds from now on, there's still a pretty good opportunity for them to win this game.
Some of the most confident I've seen B&A playing, though. The responses there were much better in terms of being put together. They were much more unified as their front. They were much more attentive to the pressure that was coming in from the side of Mia. They just seemed more clued in. And I'm wondering if we'll get a better reflection of that on this round. Obviously, there's been a timeout, there's been a conversation, but BNA have built momentum. They've built an energy on Bank so far, and I mean, unless Mia can find a way to put a dent into this round, very much see them only really getting one for the half and the split and giving themselves a long journey on the second half, regardless of statistics. Kante gets broken open. They isolate Damali in this position in the elevator. They'll probably try and force him down once again, stealing as much as possible. Maybe just hit a grenade up there. But at this point, again, being able to catch the player underneath is the important part. The Prox gets caught out. There's obviously the castle removed as well. Gives them a bit of an angle they can play around with, but without someone on the catch and with a minute and a half gone, you're wondering where this first strike's going to be.
Might just be Damali playing around at the bottom of the elevator. I believe he might have been droned out. He's instantly rotating out as well. So you saw the bullets coming in towards the whole way around. He's just trying to still go for the challenge. Knows one is on the window. Tries to take a shot, but misses it. But as long as he's alive out here, his main stairs is not going to be taken by the side of Mir. And he still has the opportunity to rotate back down and try and retake Spiral if that is what they're going for again. You see Blur in the exact same position he got killed in before. Sloth is on the hunt actually down below, but Kai is just rotating and circling around him perfectly without knowing that Sloth is probably out there.
45 seconds, everyone's still alive. They weren't able to catch Damali on the rotate in the fourth round. The pressure comes up the top. They're just going to try and scream their way through. They've done a great job of shepherding the players, but without the bodies behind it, it's still a little bit thin, a little bit worrying. There's the rotates coming from underneath. Sloth is eyes on to the player on the top of white stairs, but who is protecting Sloth? Well, they're dead, whoever was protecting them. There's the pickup for Kai on the back end. There's the pickup again. Damali swings around, and BNA, they are biting back at the right time. Once again, here, we're getting that demonstration of the lessons that have been learned by BNA. They're making sure they're set up with these crossfires. They are massacring every single Mia Gaming player that steps in, and Mia just have not been able to get their teeth into these holds.
It's so odd to see. This is the most effective I've seen BNA be throughout the league so far. Like, even if they're entry kill down, they just manage to bring it back. They just manage to get themselves into that groove and secure those rounds. And this must just be very frustrating for Mir. Because maybe they even, they banned out the two maps that BNA have played throughout the stage so far, expecting to kind of put them on the wrong foot. But it seems like BNA might just be very, very proficient at Bank and just didn't see the opportunity to really till just now. Maybe it's like, you activated my trap card without them knowing it kind of situation.
BNA, 4 rounds in a row. I don't think anyone would have predicted this, regardless of whether they're on a sort of defense or not. It has just been a growing performance from them. The most recent rounds have not felt close. Mia Gaming have used their timeout. They're going to have to do so much work on their defense, and they're always going to be more confident on that side. But they're losing so much of that confidence in how convincingly these rounds are starting to swing into the favor of BNA. Once again, towards the top, to see if they can try and clear their way down. They were able to pick up a kill here last time. They've got the drone on one of the players fleeing. But there's still at least one more, if that outline is being truthful to me. Well, not anymore. Damali caught out.
It's the entry, but it's not the end of the world. We've seen an entry happen before and actually turn into 2. As we wait, there's lots of information that they can play with on the side of BNA. We also got to say that Mir, they know they need to get around now. They know they need to get at least one on the board just to have that little bit of a buffer zone. Of course, they'll be more happy to play on that defense. But you don't want to be going into it 0-6. Preferably not 1-5 either. As it rotates towards the side, are coming through right now. Roland as well. Well, he's still playing around in the elevators, but not really receiving any pressure as of yet. And as long as he just can stay up here without receiving that pressure, he's a dangerous player to go on. Now, as the cam has actually spotted him, that might change things. He's probably just going to wait for the first point of contact and then instantly fall back to side just to waste time, force them to re-drone it. As the bullets start to come through, Kai actually came up to provide support. So they're trying to play this in a crossfire.
He has a little bit more confidence because of the soft between him and Lobby as well. As I said before, he didn't have any options, but now they've got some to work with. There's at least the refrag. Obviously, Roland is caught, and a great idea. Rotate up, a minute left. Go become a problem in this space. This is everything we talked about with this map, what it can offer you. As they're still playing this time juggling game, it now forces a big question on towards Mia. Do they try and stick for the plant? Do they wait and trust that they can catch the player back in? There's guard, just tucking it in close, and that smoke will force them one more time behind the Ossa shield. Counted at least 2. Kai gets caught on the rotate. Great, great. This is something Mia can work with. 4 versus 2, the Ossa shield. Maybe one more smoke canister. I'm not entirely sure at this point. I think that was... The pressure comes down. They miss through it because of the pressure that hit the hatch at the same time. It's 2 versus 1 because of a double C4. That's put the kick cold. They have 20 seconds. Blur could try and pick it back up. They could try and go for the kill. Blur instead. They've got it. They don't have that Ossa shield. And now Sloth has all the cover. The important job here, either side and gets the... But it was a lot closer than maybe they wanted.
Yeah, the double nitro cell taking care of the Ossa Talon shield and also the 2 players behind it. Of course, there was still a person up above the hatch and was able to drop in, get that diffuser, try and re-go for the plant. And I understand the try and need to, have to rush through red, hopefully jump through the rotation in time before being caught off by the buck. Because that would have had the opportunity to, again, cancel that plant, play it in a 1v1, retreat back even further to servers. But Mir find themselves with their first round on the board. And it's an important one. It's the buffer zone, as they'll be more confident on their defense as well. And, well, we know statistically BNA is not very confident on their attacks. So there might be a very, very important round. Now looking to build out to 2, of course. So back towards the open area. Last time the clash, quite detrimental as they open up quad wall. Weren't aware of the person inside of archives, and that's basically where the entire push fell apart. Just square. That's it.
DNA, they still have a chance to push this over. This wasn't a close round last time. I still want to see more of a sort of responsive approach from the side of Mia, where they're going to get their main focus on. They've obviously got the Ram to force out Jamali in this massive problem position. We saw 2 kills be picked up, make that space narrow for them. It was never really contested or tested properly that we saw. So force out Katsang, force that aggression, force this position, and suddenly quad wall becomes slightly more manageable. What are you doing? Okay, saw them on the drone.
It's one of those situations if that lands a kill. Yeah. Right moment to fall back as well. If they were a bit quicker on the rappel, you might have actually shut down the clash early on already. It's just good time management from that clash, realizing exactly when they have to fall back. When the pressure starts to become a little bit too hot. As Damali playing around in archives, you saw this being opened up. Sloth this time gets the entry. That's exactly what they needed indeed.
And it's what they could not get last time. They've got this position of power. They've got that entrance. We heard the boogie drones working off and at least covered some of the audio, but it's a way to strong arm your way through. Now, they have eyes on the clash, but as the clash loses that man advantage, they lose a lot of their power because it just takes 2 to tango. They're still going to try their best impression of a door, but as they drop, reload, pull their way around, that door gets a bit wider. Their play space gets a bit narrower. They've got to make sure they're a bit more safe about it. They're going to cause as many problems as they can, but pressure needs to come above, and you can see them going for the clear now, forcing away the smoke from above.
Also no one there with the Clash to actually provide support. It's Sende that's basically all alone on that quad wall, being zapped slowly but steadily to, well, lower HP. But as long as there's no one else coming in, you know, there's no C4, no impacts to come around the corner, it's all fine. As Slav back again on 1 HP, challenging someone on the Teller's side as he throws the grenade, he gets taken down. That won't find anybody in return. We're back on a 4-on-4, so the Clash again becoming slightly more powerful, considering that there is, well, less attackers to really work with.
Ooh, Baguette threads the needle and threads Katsang and now is able to drive their way through. That Clash is almost encircled, and that's the game that they're trying to get here because Ende has just suffered time and time again. There it is. Roland picks off KTH from above, but that gives them the confirmation of where they are and where they're not. Knife through the Clash, blinded and knocked back. KTH has to drop round, used all their canisters, so it's just a gun game from this point outwards. Yeah, we've seen some pretty mad clutches on this position, but I mean, we're going to see another one. They have themselves tucked behind where the plant is. They have themselves wider out. Remember where the breach is and what needs to be passed. They're not going to see any of it. Mia, they get themselves 2 rounds just before the turn of the half. Most importantly, they stop BNA's momentum dead.
And that's especially meaningful right before the site swap, of course, as BNA now onto their attack. Having to try and continue what they started in this first half. And as the basement is being chosen here for the side of Mir, we know, like, historically, it's a very difficult site to take. It often relied on taking servers, then making sure you have the hatches above, and well, you just need to make sure that the drops through those hatches to put pressure on red are all timed perfectly well. Of course, the Twitch is being brought by Damali. Very often that Goyo gets played around here. It's, you know, quite easy to get those zaps off and make sure that, you know, the 20 seconds each Goyo canister lasts being taken care of before you even reach the area and try and go for a plant. But together with the Mira and the Echo, there's a lot to find here for that Twitch in terms of utility. If you take down those mirror windows, suddenly red becomes a lot less strong position to play behind. If you find the yokais, you don't have to worry about the last 20-second plant suddenly being disrupted by one of those yokais that stuns you out. Of course, are they aware of it? It's always a big question. Hasn't been any faults for that in that case. So it just takes some droning, some information gathering, and then quickly responding to it when it happens.
Very quick usage. Get rid of the Goyos, make the chance at a hot drop a little bit less hot, as weird as it is to say. Clearing out Vault on the back end. Now, we've seen a lot of these rounds so far, and obviously they've been with BNA on the defense, turning into these 30 seconds, 20 seconds left, break towards the site and see what can happen. And the Vault hatch is maybe the most famous for making that work in this situation. It's still steady across, but how much of this attention will be paid towards the players on the site itself, and how much towards the chance at just locking it down? They've gone pretty close to their chest here, Mir. They're not really offering the extension of the map itself. They're sort of saying, look, we're going a bit traditional. We've locked ourselves down. It's almost one of the oldest or default ways of holding this. The shotgun holding out on blue for as long as possible, pulls their way back when the pressure starts to come towards the hatch itself. You can play with these smokes from the long range, the Echo drone as well. It truly is a try and plant on default. Let's see what happens strategy.
Yeah, and exactly, and that's why the Twitch drones are so important. There's so much that they can find with that shock drone in terms of the yokais, in terms of the mirror windows, in terms of the Goyo pockets. Actually doing it from above this time, so not risking the drone to be shot. Actually jumps in right afterwards. Sees there's nothing else around. Now the big question is, do they know of the yokais? Because if they do, then they can start hunting those, as the mirror window is the actual target, loses the Twitch drone. And I think that's none left now. So both yokais still alive. Also still one Goyo canister still alive, which is going to make that plant a little bit harder.
I mean, so's the time. 50 seconds left. They do still have a bit of time, but the walls are still structured. There's still a Goyo. There might still be the Echo drones out and about. A little bit of a premature break on towards that one, I think. But with the C4s in pocket and maybe those smoke canisters as well, there is enough time to deny the plant in pretty much most of the default plant side. They're going to have to get a little bit aggressive. They're going to have to get a little bit leery with the drop down and try and find the fights. There's the smoke canister popping, buying them some time. That echo drone just watching and waiting. I mean, they're going to have to really let this one slip here near gaming. There's the pop, there's the echo, and there's the C4. Blur gets one locked down as well, and well, now they're throwing themselves in, trying to get the kills, and they do pick up a couple, but the echo drone, he's still doing echo drone things out on the back, gets the free kill from the side of Garage. They're going to try and just move up and in. They might be able to stick it, and they do. If they can get this player up, turn it into what is behind the mirror window. 3 versus 1. Do they know that they got the down onto Jamali? He's slowly across. Well, they now know. 30 seconds left, and just not enough done early enough for BNA.
Yeah, that's it. Those Yoko drones really sting as soon as you try and get that plan down. Like, they had everything going for them. They went for the push through red. That definitely took care of some of the operators out there. Not the Smoke, who of course has those gas canisters as well to try and challenge, but at least the mirror was gone, which means that mirror window is then unmanned. That gives you the opportunity to go for a plant relatively safe. And then when you do have the Yoko drones pop off, it's another kind of panic because you don't really have time to reposition with 14 seconds on the clock. You also don't know where the actual Yoko drone is located, or the second one for that matter, and thus where you will be vulnerable to it. So you're just going to have to start sticking it and hope that one of your teammates is able to provide cover. That is enough. Now, the plant did go down, but just instantly afterwards, some of the trades and, well, a 1v3, definitely not favorable.
Quick tech pause. I believe just
Yeah,
to
the
break up
broadcast
the
issue
momentum.
isn't ours, I think.
What?
It's a broadcast issue on the chat. It's a reason for the timeout. I'm just saying, I don't think it's ours. I think it's the Korean stream.
We get some vibes.
This is some nice music you would be able to study.
I like it.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in the menu music of like a JRPG. You know? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Sorry, very
Like
relaxing.
on the vibes.
Yeah.
We should be back in just a moment. Apparently it's being sorted out. There we go. Look at that fade in. How relaxing. That was just a gift. That was a gift to all of you watching.
Oh,
Look at that fade. Ooh. Oh, okay. Now I don't know where I am. I'm lost.
We're back. That's where we are.
We're back. Oh yeah. BNA.
On the first floor. Yeah.
Their lead. 1 round thinner. You know, and it's just been blocks of rounds, obviously. It's been 4 in a row for BNA on the defense. Mia Gaming, they've been able to tie 3 in a row across the 2 halves.
Well, as we are back, sorry, a little bit of an outage here. Some slight issues we're still resolving. It turned out the broadcast issue was actually on our side as well.
I know. He emptied it.
It's like,
Fate, and Fate has responded by doing that to us. We're back. You didn't miss the whole round, but there's only 20 seconds left, and everyone is still alive. That's kind of a gift. Let's see where this goes. I said my problems before. They didn't do enough early enough, and now they've got to do everything with a small amount of time. The pressure is coming onto the door, but do they know about Baguette? KTH is going for the plant. They've just got to pop up, knock them right down. Perfect positioning. They had no idea. 4 seconds. They probably can't even get to the kit in time from their positioning. And Baguette just lying down wins them the round. And I mean, we saw everything. The stream was down, back up. The players achieved some things in that time, but nowhere near enough yet again.
Yeah, no, for sure. And again, like they didn't have any of the information. A player can just be prone right behind the bomb chassis. No one has an ID, and they take down the actual diffuser. And I don't know if you saw it, but it was a fuse shield as well. And actually saw like a tweet about it from Fabio, where it's like, if you even see a fuse shield coming in, if the other two shields are banned, like with the AK-12 being the best gun in the game, you know that shields are in a really good place right now. Didn't really save him in this case though, as shield wasn't positioned right enough to get that plan to go down. Needed a bit more aggression from all sides when that actual execute started coming through. If the window player was just a little bit quicker to jump through and put that pressure down, you know, it might have been salvageable, but in the end, as you mentioned, not enough done in the time that they've had. Puts them in that unfortunate situation. And now Mir have been able to equalize the score. And as I said, they will be, you said as well, they'll be very comfortable on the defense, B&A not at all on their attacks.
It's just been too slow. I think it is very fair to sort of bring it at this point and see where they can go from here. It's been a worrying opening 2 rounds. There was obviously a production pause for a second. Goodbye. That's Sloth playing with that gun in that position that does everything that it does. It is not the highest damage, but it's a very flat firing gun. And if you know your angles and like to sort of stretch and stress them, Sloth very much does. From this point onwards, they're playing with the back foot. It's been an early break. Dockerby's gone. No calls would have been able to be used at all, just because of obviously the sheer nature of the changes that have come through.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, like, especially the Dockerby being gone is going to make them struggle even more trying to find these roamers or get the upper edge during the execute, because the sound queue is just such a big part. When you're clearing out and you don't have full intel from the drones, you gotta rely on something. And that could be like default positions, but also the calls from the phones to come through. There's an S-charge used there, I think, to shatter the mirror window that might have been on Janitor, just to make sure that it isn't going to be as impactful as it otherwise might be. But I'm not sure if it actually got it, because we didn't get the confirmation on it.
Now with this, pressure on towards the windows, pressure outside the building. They still need to remove things like the castle window and the utility. And yeah, I talked about how Mia Gaming were a bit slow to the punch. B&A even slower. It's sort of showing that, I'll be honest, this isn't either of their maps currently. They're having a slog on a lower preference, and weird as it is to say after how we opened the game, Mia Gaming showing out to be the favorites, even with how weak their attack looked at points. They're still steady on, still got it locked down itself. B&A finally getting some boots on the ground inside, but they almost get knocked down immediately. There's some pressure onto this position, a prep C4, but Ende with the swing round removes KTH. Katsang massively hurt as well with the kit. There's finally kills from a charge up the stairs, but the 2 quick responses, just having to swing into your own death at that point, really shows how little option they had.
Yeah, there was nothing there. They tried to make some pushes happen from the top of square, instantly shut down from those mirror windows. One person coming up from the spiral stairs. You get a kill, which was great, but instantly pushed back down the stairs as well. And now the timeout comes in from B&A. 3 rounds lost, exactly what Mir did in their first half as well. Lost 3 rounds, called a timeout. Lost another one, but then things went their way. But can B&A turn this around? Because there was something there for Mir when they were attacking. They were getting entries. They were getting man advantages. They just weren't able to convert those rounds. But so far, there's nothing really here for B&A. They're just slow. They're not having the time efficiency that is required to clear out this map entirely. And then they just push with basically no control whatsoever.
Mia Gaming. Complete their rotation of 3 sites, and as weird as it is to sort of point towards it, that was, again, the same reflection of the first half. It's them looking more and more confident. It's a entire turnaround of how this game was. They have the defense locked in, but it's also because the attack really isn't. We've seen 2 players over the past 3 rounds get themselves in towards the sites, maybe 3. And that's it. And that is something that is just really not testing anything of Mia Gaming's defenses currently. Here, we need to have a bit more pace. It was a very locked down defense. It was a turtle defense. There's always the opportunity for rotation. We talked about that a lot with Bank, but if they don't have the confidence to drive themselves in, put some pressure on earlier, it's just going to go the same way. I think Sloth might be flirting with a bit more danger this time. I don't know if they're going to sit around. They were towards the top of White Stairs a moment ago.
Still moving around. See the location name change on his player card. I can't really read it, but I do see it change, so we know he's moving. Still placing some of the canisters.
Yeah, he's back down now.
Yeah. It's not going to go for another swing. I mean, it's downstairs. You don't need to. It is generally a hard site to attack. We mentioned it before. Especially if they're slow. This Twitch drone has a lot of work to do. Might expect another Yokai or Echo to be around. Not the case this time. The mirror windows will once again be in place. And those mirror windows are important tools to the defense for this site. So as they come through, will they be able to catch him this time? And then if they do, are they still able to catch the Goyo canisters? Waste a lot of time as well.
Well, 1 trade for 1 mirror window. And put the pressure down onto green a little bit freer now. Obviously, the last one was back towards the default plant. They didn't really go to that point of control. It does give them a little bit more to work with. They have themselves pretty convincingly control of the top 2 stairs, but this is where things got a little bit worrisome. It was about a minute before they actually breached the wall on towards the site from the server side and knew where they wanted to get the plant down and get themselves locked in. There goes another drone. So whatever's still standing on the side, you're looking at Goyo canisters, mirror windows, all those problematic pieces of utility might still be in a position to stop the play towards the default.
Yeah, this kind of forces them to go for a B take, to go for the armory side, because the A-bomb side is just completely filled with explosives, and the mirror window still out there, and as Baguette gets the very first kill into Roland, who I believe just dropped the hatch, might have just seen that it is just too heavily fortified to go for it. There's no way that it can take down those like canisters from range. And I'm not quite sure what they're trying to go for now, because that's 2 people trickling in individually, instantly being taken down. The fuser was dropped for a second as well, as finally the first kill comes in from B&A.
With 30 seconds left, they need to see if they can try and get this level, get the eyes on. They've got some of the control here of Garage. They're hovering over hatches, and they're inside putting pressure. There's Katsang getting a surprise strike. Baguette was caught very unaware of that. The smoke canister's going to move them a step, but instead they step closer. They're concerned about gold. 10 seconds left. Still driving. Katsang doing everything that his reputation brings. Just Blur left.
Oh no.
With 1 that probably equals and rivals. The plant is being confirmed. 2 seconds. Has to just do that. And Blur, the patience of the EU Saint that's lifted a hammer, shows their worth.
Knew exactly what was going on there. As soon as I jumped through that window, that must be the diffuser carrier. also very much aware due to the red pings, and you know that's what happens when those cameras stay up exactly where they were and when they were pushing. So you had the freedom to go for that swing, and that is a very important one. It locks off that basement that seemed to be getting away from them after a huge push to come through from Katsang. Engard. And now 6-4 map point up towards the open area. There's 4 rounds in a row have been won, but that last one was a bit shakier. That was a clutch coming down from Blur. Of course, that's part of the reason why he's in the team. He is a steady backline. He knows how this game works to the T. I mean, he's lifted the hammer, as you just mentioned. There's no bigger achievement than that in this game. And he manages to clutch it down. Stay calm, not panic.
Do you have a couple of questions as to what that cover player was looking for? Where did they think Blur was? Obviously, they put the pressure down.
Faults.
You could see them drive through the site. Katsang had made that motion. They were sort of wobbling around the other side of the half wall. If they'd have swung around and got the check a little bit, even if they lose that engagement, Katsang is close enough to then try and get the follow through on it and get the cover. And I'm really curious where they thought Blur was to not just swing that extra foot round and look in towards the vault cover, but I'm not in the comms. There'll always be something towards their mystery. 6-4, Mia Gaming. Piece by piece, this game has gone back in towards their favor. I mean, if you think about it, on the other half, they could be, what, 4-0 up at this moment in time, technically. If they'd started on their defense, they could really be driving this force. DNA's rounds feel a million miles away after 6 rounds have been tied in a row by Mur. Yeah.
Oh, the Boss G doesn't get the kill for once. Bit too much drop off there, but Kai in 3 HP basically means he's been DBNO'd, and then we'll be dealing with that as such. Like, it is going to be a single shot to confirm the kill. And Sloth probably doesn't even know that he had that hit. Still watching around with that Boss G, hoping to find the second score that will confirm the kill.
Bit more pressure. I mean, he's literally hiding in a box, so at some point he would have to do that, get himself rotated out, can then cause some problems down, get himself back round and up. They're getting the cutoff here. Damali. Do they know about the Boss G still sitting, waiting? Whoa, saw the end of it.
Whoa.
Sloth isn't going to sit around and find out what happens next. He knows the guns of Damali can fire that furiously, and there it is. Blur caught just as they rotated their way back round. Sloth is sat, watching and waiting. The calls, the tracks from Deimos, all of this to try and speed up some control of those loose players.
And I probably have an idea that Blur is down. They're not really in a hurry to try and confirm that. So they need to be careful that they're not losing one to Sloth here as they swing by twice. Another missed shot from the Boss G, but you really don't want to be challenging that gun because you stand a little bit too long in the same spot and your life is just over. As we see happen right there, that's Kai gone. The second Boss G will hit him. They're even going to try and pick up. No, he was going aggressive. And Damali will get the confirm onto Sloth.
I mean, you know, again, it's an idea that they've tried to drive through a 3 versus 2 versus 4 as the bodies start to fall here. Finally, Blur bleeds out and Ende gets one. We've seen them at a disadvantage get the lock off before now. And as the plant's being confirmed, they're looking for the pick back up. It's a 2 versus 2. They've rotated their way up for the verticality. Now, Damali is pretty injured. He cannot toe-to-toe with that clash for too long, but doesn't have to when he's able to swing around and get the kill like that. They get themselves structured KTH. They're locking down, trying to play around with the rotating shield. Where is the Twitch? Ooh, caught out. That was a moment there. Swung around and got the one unexpected player. But BNA, they hold on for one more round.
That was close there in the end, but they do live on for one more round. 100% correct. In these rounds, I mentioned it, you know, last defense round, it was getting closer. It was the Blur clutch. This time goes to BNA. Sloth going aggressive there after he got that first kill. Hope to be able to get a little bit more extra space, but Damali was in a position to instantly reply. And I was going to say, like, if he managed to get the kill onto the ace, who was actually, you know, covering the diffuser horizontally, he would have been able to maybe even diffuse, putting the shield up towards the top floor while you're doing it on your back. Not 100% sure how that would have worked out, but both low on HP. 6-5. Maximum amount of rounds in regulation. This might go to overtime. And I was looking at the games this morning and I was like, okay, everyone but one of these games is going to have the opportunity to go either 12 rounds or overtime. And it's because they're all so close to each other on the standings. It is such an important game for all of them. Because their most direct competitor, they'll be able to get the head-to-head over in terms of the standings.
Said it at the start. BNA have had very narrow victories when they've been able to pull it on their must-win games. The difference of a map being slightly outside their sort of preferred couple could be the swing of that going from a 7-5 win to a 7-5 loss. Here they are sitting on that moment. Here is a moment for them to sort of impress and press that they can fight back into a game. Blur had a huge clutch on a previous round, is getting a lot more stress this time. It's been the sort of main comment I've made that there's been a lot of punishment very late in the round, but the early 2 minutes generally been very uncontested in terms of what Mia want to do, where they want to be. Here, BNA, they're doing their best to knock on that door earlier.
And that's it, they just need to be quicker, because the longer this goes on, the harder they'll get it on the actual execute. I just saw them out there, they were trying to actually get rid of that mirror window, but there wasn't ADS to catch it. I'm not sure if they've committed with another breaching charge to make sure it's truly gone, but otherwise they're going to have to get a second person out there. Oh, no, actually just going to do it from below, trying to get the canister. Not sure if they can get the angle from there, but the Mali definitely trying. Gets the pings, but it's just not able to find the angle on it. You don't want to stick around too long, so he's going to have to rotate around all the way to open area to actually get the right angle.
Well, the Habana pallets will get the pop. There's some support trying to come around, but Sloth just drifts into the sideline. And Cat Sang gets the free pickup, gets an early kill on a huge player. And now they got to see if they can try and get a lot of work done with a lot less in their favor. Blur is suffering from several different directions. His suffering is ended by Katsang. 2 kills in the same window, but they've got to try and find the close down here. Great return to momentum. Great return to form. We look like we're spiraling towards OT, and it's up to the old guard now of Mia, the Korean origins. Try and get this crossed off guard. Slips their way. Closer towards the swing. Knows how vital this next engagement is. If he's not able to get a fight out of BNA, then it's going to be pretty horrifying close down. 10 seconds. The pressure up the stairs. There is at least one that comes from the side of Baguette, but they're flooding every single side. There's a lockdown from Damali. Just Baguette left, but he can't quite find any space in overtime. Second of Korea.
The 20-second mark, there wasn't too much control yet for BNA. The entire Soda hallway was still in control of Mir. They really needed to start pushing there. That's exactly what they did with the repellents. One pushing up the main stairs, one pushing up the spiral stairs, putting up the fight from any angle they can imagine. And they should drag it across the finish line this time. Again, you know, leaving it quite late. 20 seconds before they started that final execute. But it wasn't great. Like bait coming through, using those Exkyros, which of course do not get caught by the ADSs. You know, back in the day they would, but they've changed that out pretty quickly after, you know, that was just how ADSs were being wasted. Just send a couple of Exkyros in, that was doing the job. And that forced Sloth to get out of position just inside of range for the window player to pick him up. And then you suddenly have a huge gap inside of your janitor defense, which makes that position so much weaker to play around. BNA, they locked themselves in for OT, but they are still on attack. Statistically, they're weaker side. For both. And we're back into the basement, which of course came down to a clutch in the last round we've been there.
At this point, it being small part points compared to what it is before, it gives hope. Teams like Weeble that aren't a million miles away, maybe even to Blossom if they can pull a result later on today as well. When they're looking down the barrel of the gun of how close things can get in that showdown, match 3 now has become massive. There's a possibility of a leapfrogging not just one, but both of these teams potentially. Or at least getting
People can go up to
close
7
towards
today.
it. Yep. There would be 1, 2 potentially behind Mia. And that, with a play day left, is a huge chance. But, not quite there, Mia. They're the ones that could have cemented themselves towards the top. I think this knocks them out of the contention of being able to get to the top, too.
Yep.
They got to see what else they can get if they can pull the win here and get themselves the confidence before they're in the close playoffs.
Minute 40 left, and this time there's a lot more pressure being put onto the site early on. You see the main stairs already taken under control by Roland. They're trying to get some drones in from above, but aren't able to get the effect they want. Breaches already going down as well. However, there is an Evil Eye that cannot quite actually get the zap onto the breaches. There were 2 exothermics going off. Both were allowed to go. Just get one. With the information not there in the slight oversight there from Mir.
A minute left here. With the wall open, with the fires starting to dissipate and entering that horrible cycle, you're still looking at a lot of potential denial. The smoke canisters, the Maestro cams as well, if any are still standing in choice positions. You can see Guard is guarding them pretty intently. A slightly different approach towards it, but BNA, they've picked up their pace. They've made sure that they're playing this utility game of attrition much longer with every player still standing. Last time it was Katsang that was a driving force, getting themselves in and getting kills. They were able to pick up this one inside the site. The plant is being attempted. Sloth gets rolling, but KTH, they're locking it down. And even as the bodies fall around them, no! Oh, yes! Just confirmed the death must have been instantaneous. As they found themselves in the post plant, Ende's just going to hold on. They trust that they got the cover of the kills. They don't have the angle to stop it because the breach isn't big enough. And I mean, just that. They locked the space down. They realized what they had to work with. And they made it work.
I was going to say, it's not really advantageous that that plant went down in that moment in time because there was so much time pressure on you, especially if you have one above and one in garage is still being held off by 4 defenders. That breach not being fully opened up on the hatch, I mean, that might have been intentional in terms of not wanting to get a retaking defender to be able to use that hatch, but that goes both ways. Like, you won't be able to use it yourself either if they're starting to go for a counter defuse. So, relatively unchallenged after that defuse went down. Mir able to find that 7th round. Again, finding themselves onto a map and match point, having 2 opportunities this time round to lock it off. For those 2 points, just an extra point on the scoreboard compared to what they've already achieved. The difference here is being 9 or 10. But I do think that they have confirmed themselves, because they are 9 points, 6 away from Blossom. Blossom still play 2 games, but Mir have the head-to-head over Blossom, so they are confirmed for playoffs. It is just trying to maximize points now to maximize your seeding for these playoffs.
Problems with their attacking half might feel like they're a long way away, but ones that they're going to have to try and overcome at this point. Been able to get a kill on a jump out. The stress of the whole map is something that I would say BNA lived in more as their defenders. They let Mir have to go for fights and clears on the top floor. They did lose generally quite early. Something that they're still going to see if they can try and draw some attention on. Trust that they can have the cover. They've got that extension. Katsang is up on the prowl. Pulse isn't going to sit around and see what's happened. Just fight as much utility. Get seen, get moving. Get more time out of Mia Gaming's approach.
Oh, this could be a very dangerous fight. The tip of the head just gets spotted by Damali out there. He walks by again. Could be the end of Sloth, but decided to rotate away. Damali not wanting to take that fight. Assumes he's been seen after he's seen someone. It's a safe way to go about it. BNA cannot afford a single mistake anymore. When information being fed by the Pulse that might actually lead into Damali's current decision making as well. Where he's still the one that's in a horizontal fight. Has the opportunity to slow down Mir in their push. With the buck opening everything up now, you know, his position is being weakened by the second. Luckily he has the hatch he can drop down through. Make sure he's back onto the site. And defend from the platform happening. But if you look at that, there's still plenty of utility. There's going to be 2 Goyo canisters that need to be cleaned out. There's going to be 2 serial laser gates that are going to be stopping that main breach from being entered. So, you know, once they do get a breach, which I don't think they actually will, I think this is going to be eyed up to go for the main door. They have to put that Talon shield down, try and see if they can get a plan behind it. No, never mind. Breach is there. But then in that case, they will have to waste that serial laser gate.
I mean, there's so much to do. And, you know, the smoke canister's ready to rip and tear. They've still got 3 in pocket. The Ossa shields are trying to make their way closer. It was a C4. They got a double kill last time they were here, but they were pretty good at denying alongside. The blinds come out the top. There's that C4, and it's perfectly played. And now, because it's the Ossa that got caught, they can't move the second Ossa shield in. They can't try and get the plan to continue. They're desperately picking that up, and it's just so much trust in the defenders not paying attention, not going for the close down now. Plan A is out the window. Plan B is just going to have to be try and kill, and Sloth gets the start of that, but with 15 seconds left, waiting for a smoke to dissipate to try and, I assume, dive behind the bomb chassis. There they are. Go for the plant with the only cover. It's dropped either side. It's 7 seconds. Ende's going to go for the lockdown. There's a bit of motion, but it's a crossfire immediately after, and they're able to sneak their way out with some big cover coming from Baguette, but KTH, he hops round. He's on the diffuser side. There's a bit of a read, but it's Baguette to get the final kill on. There it is. As long and as stressful as you like it, Mia Gaming get the win, but they probably expected and wanted a lot more from that game.
Yeah, surely they wanted to get those 3 points on the board to basically solidify their own position, even try and fight for that top 2 position. I do believe that this locks them out in front of BNA. There is now going to be 4 points between the 2 of them. No, 3 points between the 2 of them. However, the head-to-head is there, so at least they cover up one of their opponents. Before we talk any further of that, let's go to a quick break.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Welcome back to the Korean League. We are starting off our day strong today as we had our very first overtime today, our second so far in stage 2, but a very close game I think this was between Mir and BNA. I think once again Mir might feel like they have dropped points here because they could have and probably should have won this in regulation.
Oh, yeah, 100%. You could almost see the frustration on Sloth's face towards the end there was, you know, they started on a bad back foot, had their timeout early, struggled immediately after that, and then were able to pull a couple of rounds out. But it was just, there was more possibility from their game here. They know it more than anyone, and they've still got a long way to go on their bank.
Yeah, there's still a lot to improve. And, you know, we talked about how BNA, for example, was very slow, but it wasn't that much different on the side of Mir, because, you know, when they were attacking, entry kills were also coming down at 1 minute 17, 1 minute 31, 36 seconds left, 24 seconds left. So, like, in general, just a lot to still work on. And, you know, the gamble to some extent paid off. They managed to get 2 points, and with that, lock out a bunch of teams from being able to overtake them, which, of course, are Weeble, Blossom, Orgless, and now BNA as well. So they're basically confirmed to be in playoffs, but they lose the opportunity to try and fight for second place.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of story of it here, is they want to be prepared for the best of threes, I think is the main thing. And having a deeper map pool is how you win best of threes. And as I said, like, they just need to sort of demonstrate that wider and wider around.
They have to, yeah. And this is also something that we saw here today, I think, once again as well. We saw them, of course, banning out the maps that BNA have played before. BNA, like we said, had a pretty solid start on this map, probably something that we didn't expect. I think a big discussion point we had yesterday was how Sloth finds that, okay, if they win games, he's doing well, and if he's not doing well, he's costing a team a lot. He's obviously doing well here, but I believe there's one person that did even better than him. Baguette's obviously going 18 in 9 in total, which is absolutely amazing. Flawless on the entry as well on his side. There are some chaotic rounds as well, I think, in total. I don't know what happened in that last round when Mir went for the plant. They probably expected that C4 to come in. It came in, they just walked in afterwards and got all of the kills. Very impressive, but really fun to see as well. We talked about Baguette before. He is our MVP. I think you two mentioned it, how he has managed to get MVP before. He was in our head-to-head, but with an 18 and 9 scoreline, I don't think you can expect anything else than to be the MVP for this match.
No, I think that was the thing as well, because I sort of highlighted him as being that star player from before and being that potential X factor, and they entirely were today. Without them having the huge rounds that they had, they wouldn't be here, and the team would have lost. And that's just sort of the ground. And saying that for someone that's gone 18 to 9 is huge. But then you also think about the rounds like when Blur clutched it out and how thin the margin was today. And that is even with an 18 to 9 performance. There's still lots to work on.
There is. I mean, we always say this about the big teams in a league, right? Like, every single person can show up at any given time. Of course, it's great to have a couple talisman players, like, you know, Baguette doing well these last 2 games. Sloth in general doing quite well in the league so far. Blur as well, being able to get these kills. But you really need to have that 5-man roster, that as soon as one person is having a little bit of a downtime, the others will pick up. And Baguette definitely picked up here today, finding that 2KD in that 1v1 clutch in that last round.
Super important high impact plays from him here in this game. A very well deserved MVP. And that concludes our first game of the day. 14 rounds. I think we need a bit of a break now to prepare ourselves for this next match, because that one could be a little bit of a faster one. We'll find out after a break with Orgless and PSG Talon. as we mentioned, our last game was a very close one. This could be a bit of a faster one. Orgless, the very last team in our standings, going up against the very first team in the standings in PSG Talon. We'll have a good game, I'd assume. Having seen how PSG's games went yesterday, they had a faster game than we thought. They played against one of the other great titans in Korea League against D+, and that game went pretty fast. All players are doing well in the kill department, and once again, this team is showing they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, especially considering, last stage they had a bit of a rougher time against teams like D+, against FearX. Well, that wasn't really the case now. They've been able to just basically breeze through, at least D+ to some extent. And that shows that they have been improving throughout the stage. And again, their goal, of course, is to become one of those top teams that is attending majors regularly and doing well there as well. And well, you're definitely starting to see some of that shape up in this current PSG Talon.
Oh, it's hard to argue with anything PSG Talon has done. At this point, you're just saying, okay, they're probably going to finish the season undefeated. And, they get through D+ Kia. They do still have FearX the day after this. This game, I think, is going to be very confident from them. And to see where they were and to still talk about them and go, they're going from strength to strength to strength, just shows how they're not done yet until they're putting the threat on the international stage, which is everything you want from any team from a region that is their sort of talisman team.
And that's the kind of thing we want to compare them with, right? Because if you do very well in Korea, that doesn't automatically mean that you're going to do very well when it comes to the international stage, because these teams have shown before that they can take it up against teams internationally, but of course being eliminated by a eventual major winner, for example, isn't always ideal. But still, you're showing that you can compete at an international level. Today should be a bit of an easier game for them, as we have discussed. They're playing against Orgless, the very bottom team of the league. But if we can speak in positives for this team, they were able to win 5 rounds yesterday. They got so close to their very first point in stage 2, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Misthroning happened, some communication issues here and there, but players are starting to have these high impact plays. It's just a question of will and can it be enough against the teams like PSG Talon?
That's a big question. I mean, PSG Talon are by far the most dominant team so far. They've only lost 12 rounds so far in this stage. Like an average of 2.1 rounds per game that they play. That is insane in terms of statistics. And I don't want to go in their heart, but Orgless have only won 16 rounds. They've barely won more rounds than Talon has lost them throughout this stage.
Oof.
I think that's the worry right now, is obviously from the side of Orgless, they are getting rounds, they are getting moments, but it's not against the biggest teams. They're usually getting shut out quite consistently in those matches. They're usually only getting rounds when people let off the gas a little bit, or, in that situation. And here, PSG Talon, for everything that Fabian is probably saying in the all chat, they're playing to win, and they're gonna put on all their pressure to do it.
Yeah, we have been keeping an eye on the Twitch chat and what Fabian's saying about what kind of challenges and difficulties they'll be bringing into this game. I mean, if we look at it, there's a completely different perspective that these two teams are heading into the game with. I believe we do have a player highlight on the side of PSG Talon. There's one player that we want to highlight specifically because when we had our MVP yesterday, which was Misa, we had a really big conversation. Okay, Misa was the MVP. I think Ollie thought Soldier got robbed of the MVP. There were other players that really stepped up. It feels like this roster has so many players that can all individually really step up and frag out. And yes, even though he's formally retired, they brought him out of the retirement home, and once again, he is doing very well on this roster.
Yeah, for sure. Yas has always been like that superstar player, whenever he just first joined and started playing. And it was incredible. And I was actually very upset when he retired, because I thought he was one of the most exciting players to watch in general in Korea. Really expected him to break through at some point. Now him being back in PSG Talon, which just seems to be a team, especially with the support staff behind it, that has the capability of maybe even making it big in a couple of months or maybe a year. It is so exciting.
Yes is always, I'm not going to say a controversial figure, but a figure that can achieve the best and achieve sometimes not the best, and that's the pressure. But we want to see what they can sort of get here on Charlotte.
Wow, we went through our map vetoes really fast. The one thing I wanted to say is, like we said, these two teams are going through the match with a very different perspective and a very different objective, right? PSG Talon to claim their top 2 spot, and for Orgless to even survive and still try and make it into the top 6. We don't know if that's going to be possible, because PSG Talon is a force to be reckoned with. We see what both these teams can do on Chalet.
The last time Orgless were on Chalet was a few days ago against Weeble. They got 1 attack round in a 7-1 loss. They started on their attack and just could not get into gear at all. I'm a bit worried. I was a bit worried before. I'm still quite worried.
Don't think that's changed.
Yeah, that hasn't changed.
That one.
Look, another double
probably
shield ban.
either.
Who would have thought?
I requested a triple shield play, but I guess we're not going to see that.
I mean, who would have suspected? I'm curious what the bans are going to look like when it comes down to Montreal.
See, the thing is, if even BDS is double banning it, and, you know, when they don't, they start losing games, why would PSG Talon even risk having the shields up there, right? Like, they know they are the better team in general. You don't want to have them, you don't want to give them anything that can be used against them and make them start losing rounds that otherwise they wouldn't have lost. So it's a totally understandable thing for them to just, you know, ban out the shields along with it.
I think the idea behind it as well, as I sort of said before, is in the current way shields are handled, an average shield player is now a great shield player. And great shield players, they're very, very common nowadays than they were back before. But also, it's a whole style of play, right? Is you have to approach a shield differently to pretty much every single other operator. And being able to just limit a style of play is something that teams have always done with the ban system. It used to be the idea that you would ban, you know, say Mirror, and you'd go, okay, well, Mirror is that only extension operator at this time. They're the only one that can do what they do properly. We have cut off that style of play, and it's just that again, and it just sort of shows how dominating that idea is. But enough about that. Let's see, Orgless, you were able to get 1 round last time you were on attack on this map. What have you learnt since then?
It's a big question. What have you learned indeed? And starting off on the attack is definitely going to be a tall feat, as Misa takes a small amount of damage out there, instantly decides to, well, I'm no longer taking that fight. It's time to close up that window and pull back, as they're still trying to hold on towards that top floor. Trying to send a little bit of a challenge over towards the windows, as there's 2 players stacked up on it.
They're putting that pressure in, getting the lockdown on the Valerium stairs, seeing if safe of a run out, but PSG Talon, as I said, they're always going to obviously be playing to win. They get this, they pretty much guarantee themselves top by the end of it. Gotti getting the opener here. They lose the Grim, they lose the start of the pressure. Just as the pressure started to come in, Gotti picks up the second. And not even able to really enter the building here. They've tucked themselves underneath in Trophy. They've got the double down. The Twitch is alone on the other side, hoping to get a pickup, but really, with nothing else being offered, you wonder what the 2 players were trying to achieve. They get themselves a bit of cover. They're smashing their way through the keeper barricades, not able to catch the player as the spray just comes out. But at this point, PSG Talon, they're just kind of wanting the challenge.
Hey, can you blame them? As the kill just comes through, Soldier jumps out. They know exactly where they are, and I mean, this is kind of the game that we were expecting, right? Like, they know they are the better team in this time, and they're just going to play with the players of Orgless. And just, we're 2 minutes in, then a round is over, and a follows round for PSG Talon when they're on the defense. Usually it's the attack setting the pace, but the complete opposite this time around. They're just all-knowing in terms of how Orgless was going to be approaching this, and just shut them down without even losing a member.
It opens, says it probably means to continue for now, but there's still a lot of game ahead. Maybe I'm not doomsaying as of yet. We'll see where they start to put their pressure on. There's a sight of 3. Now, opening with Bedroom as your lead-in, it's not really a lot of teams go to nowadays because it's become one of the most common to attack. A lot of teams have decent attack ideas of how they want to put it together. Obviously, that hasn't quite worked out there, but I'm wondering if maybe down in the basement, maybe something that's a little bit heavier in terms of a hold, Orgless can try and drive themselves towards it a bit more directly. Here, there's still a bit of stretch. You've still got to clear the other side, get Dining under your control, get the verticality as well. It's a lot of work to be done before you feel safe to go for a plant. And I can't really imagine this current Orgless roster being one of the ones to go for a quick smash and grab plant idea of maybe scream up snowmobile stairs or find your way just smashing into the front door itself. So I think it's going to be another long run, and they just have to try and get themselves a bit more pinpoint when they go for the approach.
See how they'll be approaching this in general. First of all, the Bravo drone probably trying to get some cameras. You saw last round that they knew exactly where everything was and everybody was. I'm going to try and limit that a little bit now by taking away that information from them, giving it to yourselves. There's no bulletproof camera on the staircase as it usually is. I'm not quite sure if that hack went through or if the Bravo drone was shut down just in time. I think it might have been destroyed right on cue. The camera actually slightly higher up on the staircase this time around. Harder to capture with the Bravo in that case. Has to commit truly further up the staircase that way.
I said I can't imagine them screaming their way up snowmobile stairs, but they're definitely putting a lot of pressure on towards it. Want to see if they can hunt. Yes, he's not going to sit around. He knows his time is limited. Great bit of movement there to get that early pick, get that early play. The Malusi, I'm not going to say they overplayed their hand because it's still within a minute. It was very quick, but that very driven effort, much better this round from Orgless. Paying attention towards how they can try and circle a player, but are they prepared for this? Ryder drifting their way down. Seems like they're very much prepared for it. They're just expecting something to sit out and swing. At this point, you can't just sit and wait for a long time. You got to make sure that whilst Stadium is locked in this position, work is being done elsewhere.
Minute 20 left. There's not a lot of time, and they don't really have that much control. I mean, downstairs has been opened up, but if you look at where the players are, none of them are really in the building as of yet. You know, we'll get the first kill, though. Scotty falls. Oh, second kill, sorry. As Scotty falls. And this gives them a really good opportunity to actually go for an execute here. They have also opened up on the actual pantry. I don't know if there's a player contesting it. There is one close by that is looking to. But Misa in a key position out there. If he manages to shut down the player on the staircase, he can then use the entirety of pantry for himself.
45 seconds, and at this point, this is when things get a bit worrisome because all that they've got control of so far is really just snowmobile. They haven't got themselves in vertically. There's still the player in prep that's able to strike there, get the lockdown, and at this point they're just gonna have to try and throw themselves at the problem because they're not inside above. There's Ryder getting the lockdown of the corridor itself. They're still hanging outside the double window, and without any sort of cover, without any sort of command from what was a good pacey lead-in. As I said, my concern is that there's a lot of work to do on the approach on this site, that they're trying to contest the hatch itself says a lot. There's the drop down and the drop player, the swing round. It's a 2 versus 1 with Vamos round on the back end. An entire rotate of where they wanted to get the plant, and the pressure on at the end shows that they didn't really have a plan in motion.
They had a plan, but it was just super disconnected. Like, the E1D went off. You have the player moving up on the fireplace staircase trying to challenge Pentry. He loses that fight. But that happens. What they had to do was also jump in the window at the exact same time. You want to be hitting those areas at the exact same time when you're going for an execute. They were at a 2-man advantage out there. You can't afford to lose one of those fights. But you need to get yourself into the building. And they were too afraid to commit to that. They were hoping that the player on the staircase was able to find Pentry. That way, the site would have been open to go for a plant. They weren't able to do that. And as a result, you know, you give them these 1v1s and they will come out on top. And that way you find yourselves with a 2-0 lead from Talon. That round could have been Orgless's if they were able to connect themselves together a little bit better.
Two in a row for PSG Talon, and doesn't massively feel stressed. It was a 1 versus 2 round, you know, it got close, but at the same time, when you're looking at how everything seems to work out and how they're driving, there wasn't a huge amount of them being pushed off their backline positions. You had angles open, but without the pressure applied above, without the pressure applied laterally in some cases, there's no reason for them to hand over prep and no reason to hand over anything else, so still expecting it. We get Skoposh. It was a nice first time getting to cast a new operator.
It is very nice, and it's going to be exciting to see how it's going to be working out.
You took a moment there.
It's like, yeah, sorry, like, I was
a bit
completely
emotional.
lagging out. And
You know, it
hear
wasn't the
you,
internet.
so.
It was you were just a bit emotional about our first
Oh
time.
yeah, I was
casting
so
Skoposh.
emotional that we get to see
Yeah.
Skopos.
Oh, Skoposh.
Opportunity to basically teleport around the map with using
Ooh.
X1 and X2 as
Well,
yeah.
hang on. Let's
play
pass it
with the
over.
plans.
Ryder's able to get a kill there onto the top end. We heard flashes and smokes popped off. I'm kind of waiting for Jin to go for the pop, but oh, nice! Onto Ryder. I don't think Ryder expected that, and he's picked back up immediately after because he would have called the position on the hatch. Soldier pushes up. I mean, that could have been huge as a turn back round, but instead it's turned back round and shoved right back out of the building. They tried to go for this pacey thing, and, you know, proved me wrong. I said it at the start of round 2. They don't feel like a team that goes for these quick, paid and placed smash and grab rounds. They attempted it here, and they brought everything that they would need. They were even gifted a couple of moments too, but PSG Talon very, very prepared for it. With a run out the door on the top of the balcony at the end of it. He knew exactly where it was.
That was like a jump scare moment. Like he was about to click the button to go up the hatch, and then the hatch just breaks above him. He gets a knife kill, but then he decided to go at it, and I think, you know, it could be the right call to some extent, but at the same time, like, they didn't know what was on the other side of it, and someone was actually watching that hatch for that to happen, so instantly shut down, a double kill to come on the back of it, and Talon, again, get away with that round quite effectively, not really taking any pressure on the side whatsoever.
3 in a row. And, okay, that one was a bit sort of further forward. That one was a bit quicker. That one was a bit more dynamic. And some of the other rounds, unfortunately, ended the same way as the previous ones. As they find themselves now sitting. Not an entire do or die, but a bit of a dire situation as the start in. They got 1 attack. Last time they were here, it's not the main figure to go through. It's the figure as the sort of exemplar of improving, because from that point onwards, Weeble were able to quickly shut it down. Chalet is a good map for attackers. They're still trying new things, still pushing the boat out, but here on this site was where things kind of went the wobbliest before. They were quite spread out. 2 players went in for an early break, and both of them were knocked out by Gotti.
And I mean, like, even getting around here against Talon would already be improvement, I'd say, considering the calibers of the teams. And, you know, they've gotten some good moments, especially that second round where they had the 2-man advantage. It's just that they were too afraid to commit to it. Like, too much hesitation. And, you know, hesitation kills in this game as well. Like, you need to make a move. Otherwise, you know, the move will be made to you. That's exactly what went on around there. Now, as they start repelling in, trying to take Solarium under control, there's no direct challenge coming out for PSG Talon this time.
They're in, they're moving their way across. There's a bit of a catch, and oh, there's a better one. Soldier gone. They're tucked, and they're going to go for the plant as well. The Ash has driven themselves all the way in. PSG Talon aren't quite reacting to this as of yet. Vamos gets 1 more, and suddenly it's a post-plant situation. As I said, sometimes resting on their laurels has been punished. They're able to bite a couple of kills back, but it's down now to Misa and Gotti. Try and pull this round out and keep the perfect side going. Dropped. Swinging all the way around. The run out is gone deeper and deeper, and it's a big cost as Gotti's just going to hold on, go for the counter, pulls off, goes for the fight itself. It's a 2 versus 1. Caught in a frost mat, trying to piece everything back together. Misa and Gotti, they have been huge in getting this back in, but there's such a thin line on time, and Gotti's just got to hold on at this point. Misa's the cover, though. What a massive clutch back out from the top to the bottom and all the way back round. The 2 PSG Talon players make sure the record stays on.
A 2v4 post-planned, 1 out by the side of PSG Talon. An amazing round by them. And again, this is just the resilience. We've been saying it before. It is such a strong team. And even when they're down on their last legs, they still manage to keep on fighting, to still keep on getting back through. But you also got to give credit to some extent to Orgless, because they spotted the opportunity, they went for the opening, they got that plant down. It's just after that plant went down that everything kind of fell apart. Which unfortunately means no round for them, but they got close. And they still have 2 more opportunities to get those rounds on the board. As we're rotating back towards Bar and Gaming. They actually had a good opportunity here last time around. They managed to find those 2 initial kills. But then the execute was disconnected. And then the last second rotation came through, which basically gave PSG Talon the time to recuperate and get themselves back in position. So they gotta clean up on that. They have the ability to, but will we see it?
Their whole team has as many kills as Soldier does right now. And the rest of PSG Talon, apart from I think 1 player, is positive. It's just not great, but that round, that clutch, the post plant, the positions that they are in, and the positions that they are allowed to traverse. Think about just the route that they took to get the kill onto the man outside on the rappel, the usage of the gadgetry to cover their motion, and then to get all the way back up, and just a bit tragic there, really. The moment there was the call on the player down and outside, they should have tried to collapse down on towards Gotti. You still had them sat on the windows watching and waiting. Well, 4-0. PSG Talon now. They're in the driver's seat. There's obviously the calls, the Dockerby combined with the Deimos. See if they can try and force out. Well, there might be the risk of other players. But otherwise, it's just... You know, it's not that PSG Talon's being too shy. They have lost these roamers before. Think about Yas, the player that we've just tuned into, how early he was taken out of the picture last time we were on this site. Technically, PSG Talon's hold so far has improved. Now, this is a much more direct focus on towards the top floor. This is everything I sort of wanted last time. Team working together, the team making sure that they capitalize on it. The fact that there's still some softs outside mean they feel a bit safe, but you can always be smashed through a soft, so not as safe as walls.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Minute 10 left. Grenade comes through, will be forcing Soldier out of position, gives them a little bit of an easier opportunity to go for Library. However, he's still standing, gets 1, instantly rotates around, knows about a second on Ivy, 1 on the window. Is he aware of the one that came through mezzanines? Definitely is now, as shots get fired.
Sprays round, holding on for now. Mies is obviously still in this position because the longer he's here, the less they have to work with. You've still got to get in, get some of this done. The ash is removed at this point, so you're looking at the soft being all done by the Buck. There's the spray through, and the Buck can start working. You have to be concerned. The chance at a C4, but Ryder's actually trying to boss G their way back up the top, sitting and waiting. Now, as pressure starts to come, there's the Buck, there's the angles being opened, the steadying towards where the kit wants to be planted. At this point, they still haven't really forced out the prep position. That's the trade-off that they've made, and it might come into a bit of a risk. They've got to make sure that they have some pretty lightning cover on anyone that tries to tuck their way in.
Just 10 seconds left. They really need to start pushing now, and as they will find yet another kill, then the plant is being attempted out here. You see them trying to panic and trying to find out where it's actually going through, but it is in the bar, and the retake over the top floor does not quite stick. Ryder and Gotti, the last 2 standing. Top floor control still in favor of Orgless. Is this going to be another 2v4 retake, or is this going to be the first round for Orgless? A little bit of damage done towards Gina, but it's now all down to Gotti, and he gets downed as well. Orgless will find their first round here against Talon. And you can say that's improvement compared to the last time they played this map, but they still have a 6th round to go to try and find this 2nd round.
PSG Talon call a timeout. I mean, it's their prerogative. They do what they need to do. They technically, it's the worst round they've played so far. You can't argue. It was another 2 versus 4. Maybe they just got a bit confident. Maybe they just want to break the momentum of Orgless at this point. But you look at how that round played out, how Orgless started to get themselves more clued in. Compare it with the first round, where, as I said before, it was, 2 players that tried to enter into Solarium, both got rebuffed and knocked out. Here, all 5 of them making their way across from Solarium towards Bedroom, onto the pressure onto Rafters, taking the verticality, doing the work that needs to be done before things went a little bit, back and forth. Not quite the 2 versus 4 loss that they had before. Hey, fool me once on a 2 versus 4 clutch, shame on you. Fool me twice, I won't get fooled again.
Good on the side of Orgless, making sure that it's stuck this time around. And this is what you see, right? Like, they focus more on getting that objective one way or the other, making sure they manage to keep control of the post-plant area as well, of that top floor. They find the success. Yas is playing Kavera.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Now, will we see an is his leg sticking through? I think his leg just turned 2D right there. It's very interesting. Doesn't it stick through the wall? I've actually seen this as a request pre-game from some of the viewers in the chat when Fabian was watching. So I wouldn't be surprised if this tactical timeout came out from Fabian and it was, yes, play Kavera. Give the viewers what they want.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
Was it what? You think that was?
Yeah, I think
The
that was
Fabian
exactly
drive.
what the timeout was.
Guess
They
we'll
only
see if
need
it
to get
next.
1 point in the confirmed first place. Like, they're not, they don't have to, go
What?
super hard. Just 2 more rounds.
I mean, I think the thing is, you're always trying to keep stepping up. You
Of
are
course.
the bar of the region. You want to make sure that you're insurmountable. I think it's safe to say. Misa looking out the door, trying to find an early engagement. Kavera is being tracked.
It's unfortunate.
Well, yeah, but they're using that gadget and it's sort of pointless at this moment. Whoa, great pickup, but there's the trade and there's one right back. There is that play, that coordination coming through. They do lose the buck. You're thinking there's a lot of soft that they've got to try and do to, get more control of the site itself and do that shepherding job. Probably the lowest on the list that they actually wanted to have removed from them at that point. But
Attackers
with
have dropped the
Gotti
bomb.
and Soldier gone, 2 of those roamers, 2 of those problem children
Attackers recovered the
taken out, how much further can they force this fight? Misa gets himself to the top of the blue stairs, waits for an engagement. Very narrow line they're playing on here.
Yeah, still running
tracked.
around being tracked, yeah. It's like, they know exactly where he is.
Oh.
Beautiful shot from Ryder out there.
Oh.
It just all falls apart. It is only 1 man left as hero. And he gets shut down by Ryder, and PSG Talon just went 0 to 100 real quick. Locking off that round and wanting to go over to the attack themselves.
Where did that happen? That was so
All over the map.
sudden. They just pushed their way back in and absolutely tore them up. I mean, phenomenal way of playing, phenomenal way of getting themselves stuck in. 5-1. PSG Talon. Now, at this point, I mean, will Orgless just have a repeat of what they suffered the last time they were on Chalet? Skoposh is back.
to locate and
Let's see
defuse
more
as many bombs
this
as
time.
they can.
What are the names of the 2 robots again?
Oh, Talos and Colossus, I think. I just know them as X1 and X2, because that's written on their backs, but
Like
no.
the Marvel films, like the X-Men films.
Yes, exactly. They're the X robots.
I think they might still be robots. I want to see
I think-
Scott get some work done. I think obviously having an operator introduced halfway through the season,
Bomb located by attackers.
there's opinions on and seeing them get the teeth in. But obviously the players were prepping with the idea that Skopos would be in there at the beginning. The fact that it was quarantined is a rarity. So you assume the players were already put in place and the ideas were there as well. How much of it is going to be the driving force of the hold? We'll see.
It's actually quite divided because when I spoke to a lot of teams, they were like, we're only scrimming with the game, what's ahead of us. So a lot of them weren't even like practicing with Scopels as of yet. Just, a little bit of theory crafting, but nothing too extreme. That's going to be a quick breach.
Yep. The clash comes around to try and be a problematic. Look how many PSG Talon players are here already. The clash is going to slow things down a fair bit. Ooh, the EMP hits them, though, and forces them further back. There's a lot of smokes, a lot of pressure, and a lot of an idea. They're hoping someone leans in. Soldier gets caught by Hero. I believe that was on the stairs up. So now the only remaining players are outside. And Body's going to try and scream in, going for the plant and going for the cover. More bees, more cover, more noise. What are you doing here? There's got to be a response. Oh, no. Post-plant. The Glass is just going to pull themselves as far back as possible. Now, the clash can be the big decider here. They can just stand here, and someone can defuse it behind them. Can't really do much unless they get themselves tucked a bit too far out. It's a crossfire, and there it is. As soon as they realized where the Glass was, that round was done.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing indeed. Like, the clash was going to block off, and Eddie, Dave, the weak out there, there's nothing really you can do. You got to get closer in that point. They also kind of lacked like the width for the attack out there, right? Like if you had someone coming down from the main stairs, suddenly there's a lot more pressure coming down from that area. They also know that the clash was on the board, so maybe saving one of the incendiary bolts would have been the right call to make, so they weren't quite able to instantly go through. So just some slight questions I have with that round, but nonetheless, PSG Talon still 2-on-5, and again, a single round away from getting themselves locked out in first place as the first seed for the playoffs.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I say that, but is that true? I think it is. No, maybe? I don't know. No, actually need 3 points to be 100% sure. I'm lying. 2 rounds away from getting themselves first place.
10 seconds to insertion.
Bit of a distance to go,
5 seconds to go.
but it's not an impossible distance. 5-2, Orgless.
Attackers objective.
And they've doubled their score last time. They've run up a huge improvement, and I mean, how much of that was an idea being put forward by PSG Talon to end that round quickly or not? They got in, got the plant. There wasn't a huge reaction. Orgless played themselves on the sort of pick back up. It's side to do it on. They're going for the approach deep underneath. If I can find anybody that might be hanging around on the basement, preparing for the run-outs or just the latter day rotations. Skopos, look at that. Robot to robot. Get them robots rotated.
Starting to want to take the fight from a different angle, and instead of walking all the way back, just uses the other robots. Again, I don't know which one it is, because they don't have they have names, but we don't see which one is being activated. Either way, an entry is being made, and the challenge as well by Ryder. It's a little bit of a contest on the top of those blue stairs. They spot out where the clash is as well at the exact same time. Lying right behind the shield of Skopos. But nothing really is happening. It's just a bunch of angles being held. Talon trying to get themselves with some control. Actually find a kill through a punch hole. It's going to be a huge pick taking that Ryder.
Well, with Gotti getting at least the revenge within the 7 seconds, keep it going, but losing the Deimos means now that there'll be a bit more freedom in how they can play their way across the map itself. You can see still big rotates, big setups underneath PSG Talon. They're looking to try and find a route through and maybe a catch on more, but they seem well aware that Yas is sat waiting. They still just dive for the fight and half health, but Yas is going to be kicking himself that he wasn't able to confirm that as a kill. Hero Still causing problems, still rotating as the breach happens towards it. The Clash still making their presence known. Trying to draw on as much sort of time wasting as possible. Limit the fact that they can get into these firefights. That hard wall is going to make things a bit stickier as the Clash steps up in towards the box. Vamos wants to pause the awareness. The Flores getting some of the work done here as well. The balcony door is still sealed, but now the pressure comes around the corner. There's some of the bees pop. Some idea of the Grim wanting a fight just ran onto the back. The Clash drawing as much focus as possible. In and out with the electrics, and with Jin getting the pick up onto Soldier. It's the spray against the Skopos bot that just survives it out. There's the trade out of 2 versus 1 now. And it's locked out almost immediately afterwards. The Clash still causing problems here. PSG Talon.
Yeah, the Clash definitely problematic. It just slows everything down. You just can't deal with that operator whilst it calls out everything that you're going for. I mean, you already saw the 2 shields ban, and I said it, like, why would you give Orgless anything they can use to try and get the up on you? And that's exactly what the Clash is doing right now. It's being a nuisance. It's being hard to deal with. And I mean, if you look at the operators they have, I mean, a Capitao, for example, would be able to put some fire underneath the shield. However, you can quickly rotate out of that as well. So you really need to try get angles from multiple different sides. However, that's hard on a map like Chalet in some of these instances, especially when you're playing an Ivy as the Clash, because there is just one angle, right? It's just the hallway that you're looking down on. So if you're just coming from that area, it's hard to double down on it.
5-3, and you know the distance doesn't feel so impossible. The Clash is gone at this point. The site is much narrower. There's a lot less places for a Clash to be comfortably sort of step in and pull back and have a bit of, you know, room behind them to malleably affect around. But at this point, if they can try and pull off this setup, this rotation, might be able to get themselves closer and closer towards it. PSG Talon, 2 attacks now gone in a row. And they try and get this translated into a map point. It's starting to look closer than probably people expected. And at some point, PSG Talon, you're just going to have to put this game down, because sometimes, even if you're sort of playing a bit half-hearted, playing a bit fun with it, if a team can build up momentum, they might just be able to have the courage to push themselves over the edge.
And for sure, the more and the longer this takes, oh, he knows. It's just a ping to come through. They know someone's out there. Checking the drone again. Probably going to see the feet right underneath the closet. And they start spraying, but it's a bit too late. Yas, however, will get it from the rappel. The entry will go PSG Talon's way.
Now, with that first body, with the Legion gone, and the most recent couple of rounds, they've been able to get that opening engagement, even if they didn't get away clean. Gets them that step back in. The Skopos rotating, and the C4 renovating. Hero finds Misa, has that line under control, has some of that control in game as Hero keeps pushing out, keeps putting pressure. Ryder gone, and they miss the catch. Yes, once again, 2 rounds in a row. They've seen that Warden float on by, not able to get the cement, and the Warden keeps punishing people. Hero finally ended by Yas, but at least one of those really should have been cut off before it could be devastating. 4-5 turned into a 3-2. 50 seconds. Soldier and Yas have to try and restructure and see how they can maybe get an isolated engagement here.
I'm slowly starting to get a little bit away from PSG Talon here. They have the idea of one of these players, and now the other is inside of the bar. They have to make a choice here. And yes, just patiently waiting, hoping that he won't be swung. Exactly will be, as it gets team flash, but at least he gets the kill out of it. Now to 2-2. 1 behind the bar, 1 in pantry. Drone is going to be confirming that quickly. They spot that the default plant is going to be safe. They keep a drone out there for their teammates to watch. And that's one spotter right behind the bar, so they know what they want to go for now. They just need to get the flashbang in right, as Yas gets yet another kill. There's only one left to find.
20 seconds, hits the ground, break dancing. It's a 1 versus 1, and he can't quite get it. Vamos holds on just enough. Down to the dig. And I mean, this is PSG Talon. They're only now 1 round ahead of Orgless. They obviously used their timeout earlier. What they talked about might have been much more lighthearted. At this point, probably ruined the fact that it's gotten this close.
I was going to say, I wasn't sure if you've seen it, but Fabian told us what he talked about during his tactical timeout, and now you might have been wishing that you still had it available to you. Things are starting to become a bit sloppy and starting to get a little bit away from them here. Might be the closest that we've seen Talon have a game so far this season. Let me check. 7-3, 7-1, 7-3, 7-2, and 7-3. So yeah, this is the closest game they've had so far in the entire league, and it's against the bottom-rated team in Korea currently. Which is not what a lot of people would have expected. And again, the clash to come out. Why change that winning formula?
5 seconds to
You know, people wouldn't have expected it fine. Maybe they weren't playing their A game fine.
locate a bomb.
But it's still, you know, I'm not going to say that they're not going to be confirmed first. But they're not confirmed first yet. And that'll be that fact that hangs over them. If this gets into OT and they find themselves not getting the full 3 out of this, it will be frustrating. And frustrations carry over. I'm not going to say it's going to define them, but it'll be a less funny joke than what they hoped it would be.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's one of those jokes that backfires in that moment. Orgless definitely stepping it up here on the defense. They're playing disruptive. They're playing all around the map. As I said, Amunu is the first one to fall. There's also a hunt coming down, of course, on that person by the Deimos, so you know exactly where they are. Bomb to be called as well. It's going to be helping them gain some momentum. Sagem downed earlier, so it's a 3-on-5 situation, with one being tracked being the clash. 2 minutes left. There's so much time here for PSG Talon. They cannot throw this one away.
No. A 5-3. Oh, we've seen a 42. He swung out and won out before as well. There's Misa getting the lockdown. You know, you're looking at Dockerby, the Jackal, the Deimos. They were tired of the game Hero was playing, and they made sure that it was something that was locked down immediately. Jin trying to get some space and a clash alongside you. It's always probably one of those moments, as we said it in the previous game, that when you do not have the body advantage, clash will always get weaker and weaker just by the sheer nature of being able to be encircled and how the gadget can affect people. Here, there's one. Vamos gets, and there's Gotti getting revenge, the last player, and we've hurtled towards map point.
It's one of those rounds where someone telling was like, okay, lock in, boys. It's time to put ourselves on map point. At least get that 1 point, which puts them on 4 points away from both D+ and FearX. Now it's time to make that a full 3. 2 more rounds to do that. If they play it around like they've just done, it shouldn't be an issue. If it's any of those previous rounds, then, well, we might actually see Orgless try and take some points away here from PSG Talon. Would be their first point of the entire stage. Kind of be a repeat of what we had last stage with BDS, losing out to the bottom-rated team at that point.
I mean, it happens. And it can happen for a myriad of different reasons. Sometimes the team just shows up. Sometimes the team just knows the team very well. Sometimes, you know, people play the best game they've ever played on their day. And it started very slowly for Orgless. There's no sort of 2 ways about it. When you go to the deficit, you fell to. Since then, they get to this other half. They really have shown much better force, regardless of how much is offered to them. It's down to PSG Talon to sort of go, aha, we were just kidding. The game is done now. And they're back down towards the basement. Now, obviously, we've seen the clash hold here before with a mix of success and not success. This time, it is not on the board. They have the vigil to maybe play against a game that is being repeated. Dockerby, Jackal, Deimos. That horror team of hunting people down is in full force.
could be the potential last round of this match. PSG just doing some prep work. All pretty standard. But what you see is that there's only a single person on the site currently for the side of Orgless. And there's one that's playing around on the blue stairs, so they could be back relatively quickly. There's also no Scopos on the map, which means that there is no instant teleport back to the side if the push gets made. Of course, this isn't known currently by the side of PSG Talon, but if they find out, you might just find yourselves in a bit of a rush moment, either through Trench or maybe through the fireplace stairs, or maybe even blue, as you see Yas pushing down now. Misa the first to fall, though, over the top floor. Instant trade coming out from Soldier.
The Vigil did what they needed to do. God, he gets another, though. Things are starting to peel a bit away from them. Yas in quite an aggressive position there. He's going to sort of force the BSG players back around the other, not BSG, Orgless. I read the tag at the end. Back around the other way. Back off towards the site itself. A minute and a half. They've been able to shepherd the remaining players together, but this time it'll be 3 guns they'll be meeting, not a shield. Sorry, 2 guns they'll be meeting and not a shield. Zias's catch position finally nets a reward and gets rid of them. Go to Hero and Vamos. Hero has had a huge second half of this game. Vamos was able to pull out the 1 versus 2 moment earlier. And they try and do it here as slowly the intel's being gathered, catches the drone, peels back into the site, not quite able to get the hold there, the extension. They've got to make sure that they try and get the first step in to the next engagement, because they know it's not going to be just a solo PSG Talon player. The motions start to happen. The gathering storm around the back of the west main side for the take itself. They have themselves stacked up. The Deimos is able to reveal a player in blue, and there's from the back line, Soldier putting the first and maybe the second to last nail in this coffin. The Deimos track, the cover, it's Gotti, and it's gotta be PSG Talon.
Managed to lock it off, find those 3 points. They're only at risk now from FearX, as they still have a head-to-head to go up against them.
I love that song.
I always love the thumbs up we get from the Koreans on the camera. It used to be a lot when we just started out casting them. It's a little bit less now, but still always appreciate it. But as I mentioned, only at risk still from FearX in the entire league. That means confirmed top 2 for them.
Well, we'll throw to a quick break before we're back with that.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, real smooth. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
maintain the top spot of the leaderboard in Korea League as they get 3 points from this game against Orgless. However, they lost the most amounts of rounds they have against any other team here in Stage 2. It was a bit of challenge maybe on their attack, I would assume, but very solid 3 points still from PSG nonetheless.
At the end, I think they let that game go on longer than it should have. They stretched that game out a bit. They were having fun with it. We've seen the clip on their socials about the sort of team talk and what they were saying and what they wanted to bring to it. And they gave Orgless more rounds than they should have, really.
They definitely did. I mean, they lost the most rounds against Orgless compared to any other team they have faced in the league. Now, you know, that might have been down to them not playing it as 100% as they otherwise would, or maybe Orgless just managed to find themselves with some great opportunities and some great disruption, which really hurt PSG Talon.
It's exciting to see some good rounds from PSG Talon. I mean, I recall, I think it was round 4, the 2v4 post-plant they had. I think that was a round that really impressed me. I was thinking to myself, okay, there's no way Orgless are going to lose this. They got the advantage, they got the plant down, and it seemed like these 2 remaining PSG Talon players were everywhere and nowhere. And able to claim a round like that back is amazing to see. I think we saw pretty much some pocket threats as well on defense. We heard something about Kavira and some other picks that were mandatory. And then some pocket threats maybe on their attack as well. But overall, whether they were trolling a little bit or extending it for the entertainment of the viewers, a solid performance from PSG and kind of what we expected.
I think that's the sort of way it cooks out here, because there's nobody that had an exceptional day. I think it's fair. Obviously, Soldier gets a pretty decent KD. There was a lot of cost that came through. The huge 2 versus 4 clutch is a moment, but it was kind of always at the pace, and you know, a lot of Soldier's opening of the game, I think it was 7-1 after about 4 rounds, and then slowed down towards the 5th.
Yeah, for sure. And we also got to say, you know, there was a couple of players that started to step up a little bit on the side of Orgless, who managed to make life a little bit more difficult. You saw a couple of players at PSG Talon just being caught unaware in some of these positions, because there was a bit more of a heavy roam game to go through. Of course, it would have been making them all maybe more susceptible to like a rush round. It's not something that PSG Talon pulled out today.
I'm very excited because we have something very special in Korea League Stage 2. I don't think we've done this before, maybe not even in Stage 1, but we should have a player interview ready with a player from PSG Talon. We are joined by Gotti. Welcome. It's really good to have you here. Congratulations on the 3 points today and your amazing stage so far. I would love to know, how have things been with you and Talon for this stage?
Like our taps, like Pengu and Fabian and Joker, they really worked hard for us. They always like give us some impetus or driving forces, and yeah, they really worked hard. And our teammates also like try hard to communicate well, like each other in game. Yeah, so like we all like work really hard. So yeah, I think that's why.
You were obviously sort of on the bench for Damwon Kia for a long time. You get off, you have this amazing split so far. Does this feel like a second chance for you?
Yeah, like the reason I was in the bench was like I should go to the army, and then I was preparing I was preparing the test for the university, to join the university. So that's the reason. And yeah, but PSG Talon contact me to like join for the team. So I was like, yeah, oh, it will be my last chance to be a pro gamer and play in the league.
Yeah, and then for me, just saying, you guys have almost confirmed yourself in the first place. Was it the expectation, or were you also maybe a bit like thinking about D+ and FearX as, of course, your main opponents? And of course, the FearX game still coming up. How confident are you that you'll take that one home as well?
Can you say that one more time? I didn't hear it because of the background noises.
Oh, good. So you guys have almost locked in to first place.
Yeah, yeah.
And you just have the FearX game coming up. How confident are you that you'll take that home?
I heard Jax, the new member of the FearX, I think he can play from next game. I don't know about that, but I think we are pretty much better than them, and yeah, we prepared well, so we can just beat them up.
Okay, that's some good insider information to have. Thank you.
I'm writing that down.
So what we've seen on social media and what we've seen you do and just heard your players laugh, the timeouts today were special, weren't they?
Yeah, like we lost one round, and Fabian just timed out. Like, hey, just play 5 ACOG or just play Caveira, or yeah, just do some spawn picks, and like I want to see that stuff, so just do 5 ACOGs or Caveira, whatever you want. Yeah, he just ordered that, and yeah, we played it.
I love it. Some extra challenges just to make it a little bit harder on yourself. Gotti, you're also our MVP for today. You've managed to get quite a few MVPs on the board for yourself, so congratulations on that once again, and thank you so much for joining us for the interview. I think Gotti has already left us, but yeah, we saw MVP once again for Gotti. This is something that has happened many times before for him. I mean, you two mentioned he's been on the bench for Demon Kia. He's now been called up by PSG, and he's definitely showing his worth.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, it's great being able to talk to the players and get a bit of the insight and things like that, especially when it's regions that are so, different and far away from our own, and in different languages, and it's fantastic. But it's what a standout season, and it continues to sort of grow and grow, and the fact that they're willing to have fun is great.
Yeah, it's wonderful, and we're seeing, of course, and hearing the players have fun as well. Something that I'm very fond of as well is that because of all of our talking and the interview that we had, we do have our next match coming up. It'll be Blossom taking on Weeble, and I believe we'll be heading to a very quick break before we go towards that game.
Tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it! This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head.
Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though.
Oh, a take from Spirits in the 1 versus 1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Frida has that one extra little bit to tie him.
It's time for our third game of the day, Blossom versus Weeble. And since Talon did not understand the assignment of speedrunning, we will take that upon us to speedrun you through this pre-show to get you ready to know everything about these two teams. So let's start with Weeble, because they had a very difficult game against Mir on Consulate, but they did get a point for overtime. That is very welcome. They almost even won it in regulation. This team was in 6 prior to starting the playday. They will need the points to make sure they survive in top 6.
Yeah, they definitely do. And, you know, especially if you look at their stage 1 where they managed to come out as the top of the leaderboards, it's definitely a disappointing stage for them so far. They really haven't been able to compete with the top 3 or 4 throughout the stage so far. So it's just a lot that they have to make up for here, as they're on the quite literal edge of not making it to playoffs at all.
And then talking about their opponents as well for today, Blossom, they've also been on the other side of a speed run by Mir earlier in this stage. And then when they were playing against FearX, I think this was a very close start, what they wanted as well. And then that game got away from them so quick, as it seemed like there was nothing they could do against that stomp that FearX was bringing over them again. But Blossom so far, once again, similar objective for them here. I mean, they need to survive in that top 6.
Oh, entirely. And you sort of look at the team and what they're capable of. It's a roster that had some possibilities, and they're just drifting further and further away from a mid-table in a region that's getting stronger and stronger and more diverse. And when you are sort of playing on that 7th team towards the 6th team, it's a fight that's just going to push you further and further away, especially with how much sort of influence has come in this split for Korea.
Given that both these two teams played Consulate yesterday, we'll have a look at our map veto as well to see what map will be going to for this specific best of 1. As we said, the importance for points for both these teams is very much there. They also want to stay in that top 6 because you get that ticket to go into the playoffs, which brings you closer to the major. If you don't make it to the playoffs, you have to go through the open qualifier playoffs, through that LCQ, and it makes it so much more difficult to get that taste of being able to play international. There is a chance that we're going back to Consulate, but just at the very final hurdle, we will seem to have banned that out and we'll be heading to Clubhouse. Hep, I know you have some stats here and there about teams and what they've played on this map. How do you feel about Clubhouse for Weeble and Blossom?
I mean, it's always, of course, the classic, the map, right? Clubhouse is always where your fundamentals really come to shine. And that makes it an interesting one, especially when you're on this close of a game or like such an important game. Weeble's actually lost it against BNA throughout this stage. And I think Blossom did as well with a 7-3 to PSG Talon. So both of them, the recent form, haven't been able to take that victory out there. So maybe, you know, that's why they brought it, because they still don't both like the map. But we also know both aren't too strong on it.
We said we were going to speedrun this one. The game is starting. The players are ready. It's time that we'll be sending you two over to Clubhouse to have our game with Blossom and Weeble.
Well. Clubhouse, once again, seemingly the go-to for a lot of these teams this time round, and that hasn't changed. We are still floating around that precipice of Clubhouse, around that even battleground. And between Blossom and Weeble, it's really anyone's to pull out here, but you kind of wanted this fight to be towards the 3rd and 4th position, right? So I'm actually going to take over just a little bit longer here, because Hab's just getting himself sorted, but Ivana and Maverick, 2 removals there of the hard breach, of the sort of closed down, and maybe I'll just swap one Dutchie for another at some point, and bring in Anne to cover this gap. Anne, are you still around?
Yeah, I'm still around. Yeah, I'm sticking around here. You know, one thing that I'm immediately seeing about this operator Ben phase that we haven't seen of all of the operator Ben phase today is all shields are coming through.
I know. It's for what we've seen, okay. But this is that sort of thing, right? Is you look at these two teams, I don't think off the top of my head that there's anyone that would hard deploy the two shields. Monty does obviously have some uses. The Blitz less so, but I think it might be something that just sort of peels away from it for my money. I don't think it will be as dominating on club as it is on other maps.
If any, I think maybe the Monty to take like a garage control, or the Asa to make sure you have control over an outside breach. For example, we know how strong they are on attack, so it's quite surprising that they're all allowed to be let through here. But that'll be up to Blossom to decide if they want to play any of these shield operators in that first half. Another operator that doesn't usually survive the ban phase is Cade, immediately being brought out on this first defensive site here. So they've picked Church for their first defensive round.
Down towards Church now, and it's gonna be kind of run-of-the-mill. And I say this is like both an expected thing about these two teams, just where they are in the sort of setup, in the grand scheme of things, and the fact that neither of them have had a season that I think either of them wanted or expected. They're seeing, as I said before, a lot of influence come in from outside Korea. This growth of non-Korean talent coming in to help bolster a region that kind of needed a little bit of a facelift. The pressure starts all the way, and it's a tall hold. We obviously see the castle extension, the play around towards the top floor, the chance to drop down in towards the bar area, pull and waste as much time. It's down to Blossom here to cut that off in the middle.
Yeah, they're seemingly going for a very wide map clear. They'll have to as well, as there is a roam going on that middle floor, on that very first floor. Blossom taking their time, of course, to get rid of all these players that are still roaming, trying to hold onto the map control. And I think for Weeble, the one thing I'm looking forward to see in this game is, we talked about it during the beginning of the stage, the one thing they wanted to work on over the summer break is their teamwork. Now, Clubhouse is a map that is a very basic map. It should allow you to bring out that teamwork, nothing too funky, nothing too crazy. So, especially with a roam like this, I'm curious to see how these players will handle that map control and communication with each other.
Naps wants to get gifted here, but, well, he'd rather get detected and not killed for it. Drifts his way back towards the site, falls back. There's a bulletproof still getting a read, and as the structural work is done, it's too far behind the pace that you'd want at this point. Just double checking what that hard breach charge was smashing open. Heard it close enough. It wasn't any of the walls. Still solid in towards dirt itself. And with the hatch electrocuted, with the play with the Kaid, there's the juggling there that might cost a bit of time. But do Blossom feel secure? It doesn't really feel like they do currently, Anne.
No, that's a difficulty as well. I mean, Hibana is banned. You can't use the Hibana pellets to get rid of the hatches. One of the best heart breacher for when it actually comes down to these hatches. And an added difficulty of having Decade in play as well. Looking at the secondary heart breach gadgets, they have the ace as well. It seems like they have most of their hatches open. No pressure around Dirt Tunnel whatsoever, so they'll have to solely rely on all these hatches. Potentially that church wall here as well, but they'll face another hurdle there, as there is a bandit with still some bandit batteries in his pocket. He can stop that breach from going down, and time is running out for the Blossom players.
This is it. Time is running out. Even with the Thatcher, you can start to hear those EMPs pop. They're trying to play against the hatches itself. Blossom look a little bit lost and a little bit out of their element right now. It's going to turn into a bit of a hot drop and try and rock and roll with it. There's still the bot getting some work done. They're just going to let the bandits lay at this point, because you want to keep the guns up as the moto is about to explode across the side. The Rep C4 onto the player that crouches their way close to the wall. The keeper will reveal them. They're not quite able to stop as the round goes deeper and deeper, and, well, only that deep. Inno gets the first. There's a drop on Moon on the other side. The hatch is coming together. They're exploding onto site with 4 seconds, and still a kit needing to be planted at this point. Blossom, too little, too late.
I mean, this is exactly what I love about Korea League. There's no real other league where you can expect a 10 seconds left in the round and all 10 operators still being alive at that exact moment. You know chaos is going to happen, and especially for the attacking half, it's so difficult to push through when all the defenders are still alive and time isn't really there. You don't have all the openings and entrances to site that you really want to have. So, of course, Weeble winning out that one round downstairs in church as well. Sort of what you expect, but a solid round for Weeble at least.
I'm gonna say it's quite early before I say this point, but it was obviously a stress of time. The last time we had that earlier on today was on that bank game where the stress of time really only revealed itself on the second half. And we saw that where Blossom sort of had inadequacies on their attack, or for example, the team that was on attack, it was amplified on the other side. It could be the same from Weeble, but with Club, with how expected the gameplay is, starting to get a little bit of a, you know, more of a concerned effort the longer this goes on. They've got themselves locked in. There's a fair bit of work to be done here, but nowhere near as much. It's the shepherding of the players on towards the cash and CCTV side that I'm most curious about.
Yeah, there's quite some breaches to be done by Blossom here as well, and they brought all the right utensils for that, you could say. I mean, there's a thermite, there's an ace, they have the Thatcher as well. I'm happy to see that, considering the Cade was a really big pressure in that last round. They're gonna hopefully go for a bit of a split take here to get that pressure over on the cash side to eliminate some of the roamers, and then also go for that hot tub balcony later on, just to get that kind of pinch point, put some pressure on the players here over on the cash side. But similar to what people were doing last time around, they were staying out on that roam for a comfortable amount of time to really put that time in stress for the Blossom players.
At this point, a lot of work still being done. I appreciate their split across all the sides of it, and across how they're, you know, putting their attentive focus on getting jobs done. It is Club. It is where things have suffered before, and as I said, the expectations of these two teams, they probably feel the weight of this game quite a lot, not only because they're both hanging over the precipice of 2 playdays left of dropping down to those that can't quite make it all the way through. The blinds come out, the warden glasses go on. They're ready to try and toggle against the Goyo, put the hot pressure on and make things a little bit more riskier and more dangerous. They're pulling back. They're able to all escape. And that's the important part right now, because as I said, time was that pressure before. 1.5 minutes gone. They've forced some of the control of Cash and CC, but they need to make sure that they're not going to suffer here on the little drift away, the fadeaways, the still popped hot canisters. Where can Blossom try and now pull a body out or just get their clarity in?
I love how they're immediately solidifying that time waste as well, because the Goyo being brought out here as well. An extra 20 seconds to really make it difficult for the attackers to gain some ground here, because we saw all the Weeble defenders rotate back towards side, and like you said, keeping them all alive is so important as well. It's so difficult to judge that situation. How long can you stay out without really losing your life and making it a more difficult situation for your teammates here? Lines of sight being held by the Weeble players, and the initiative has to come from Blossom. They have some control around these windows. They have that control over on the cash side as well. But then once again, they're missing that other entry point on the hot tub balcony. A player on the Logi hatch is able to flash out the Melusi in Logi. The drop will start to come in soon.
They're looking for the engagement. They can't quite leave, but at the same time, 25 seconds left. They take the risk of the sprint. They're just wasting time playing against it. Finally, they get some of the pressure onto Logi, but it's still not locked in. The drop comes out, is executed. They're traded out by late party, but then there's Zad popping his way around just on the quick cubby. And now, where are you rotating your way in from? The support is coming from underneath. Moon can get themselves stepped up. They know the approach can only really come from one side, one facet. Moon getting the lockdown there. Once again, Blossom just locked out. A final throw. Upper stair set is nowhere near getting the objective completed, and they're just not getting themselves any option of a plan B here, Anne.
Yeah, that's exactly what is happening here. I mean, locked out from the side, they're not getting all these entry points that they really want and really need. I mentioned at the very beginning of the round, you ideally want to go for that cash breach and the hot tub balcony breach, just to make sure you're kind of pinching those defenders onto site. But as that hot tub breach was still electrified by the Cade Electroclaw, it made it really difficult for the attackers to also get rid of that one, as well as getting that cash breach going on. They were let to then walk up the main stairs, drop the Logi hatch. Those aren't the most ideal entry points, especially if they're being held on very well by these Weeble defenders here. So Blossom definitely struggling with a bit of time. I'm curious to see what they'll bring out to try and adapt into that. This side hopefully should be a little bit easier to attack, but so far we haven't even seen a singular shield operator either. If you want to make sure you get that garage control and save yourself maybe a little bit of time into doing so as well, you can bring out the Monty just to get that pressure, push the players off of rafters. They bring out the Capitao, which is something I'm happy to see. That should be able to alleviate some kind of pressure as well, but if you're going to use your smokes, there's still a warden playing there.
onto CC, and if they're slow with getting their plan together here, then I am marked concerned for how the rest of this map and game might evolve at this point. It is, as we've quoted many times, the most famous, the most known, and the sort of most understood how to attack, how to mount an attack, and how to prepare and plan yourself for it. It doesn't mean the defense isn't going to put up a good fight, but the problems that we're seeing from Blossom aren't just that the defense are pulling themselves away, but also that we're getting this idea of not having a plan B, not having a second option, not having a response to the movements that are being made. Whoa, I've got a different Dutch person now.
According to prediction, thought it was returned.
I don't have a different Dutch person. I might have a different Dutch person at a moment soon. I'm waiting for the clarification. The clarification is in, and as we see this dance back, I'll ask a Dutch person, hey Hap, what do you think of bandit tricking? Easily caught was that one.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
On the board.
Capitao as well should have been fired a little bit earlier. Like, there's no way that a bandit should be able to get away with that.
I mean, caught in a Capitao, all the trust in the fire, the Thatcher as well. Just a bit tragic there. Obviously, they've doubled the electricity. They have the Kai claws, they have the bandit batteries, they're doing everything to slow down the walls, the limitations with the Maverick, the limitations with the Habana, the Chibarao. Yes, it's an important game to play out and win out, but things have definitely fallen away. There is a quick response to try and put the pressure on towards the logistics side instead. I appreciate that growth. They realized there was limitations, and those slowdowns have been the cause for concern before. The Selma will pop out on the far side. You can see Crown wants to try and get a bit of a spray up. I don't know if they knew how close they were to a player there, as they up side for side, and is that intentional?
It definitely was not intentional. So, yeah, that's going to put him back just slightly out there. But, well, he lands a kill on the back of it. So, to that extent, it's a net victory. My just main worry is that that wall's still closed.
Second gets picked up here. They're holding on towards the top of red stairs. They're able to slowly encircle it with C4 stopping some of the progression, and a Grim getting a very scrappy fight. It takes a second player to get that lockdown there, and now it's just Zad. 20 seconds of 2 versus 1. Oh, he's able to get that fight at the end of it. A 1 versus 1 is Crowns to win. As close as it could have gotten there towards the end of it, though.
Yeah, definitely. Just, you know, you're going for such a tight lean. The MP7 has a pretty big fire rate. That could have just been like a stray headshot, hitting it out and finding the kill. Also, I'm still going for a timeout there, though. That might have something to do with the bandit tricking that happened on the side of Weeble. They were just not in synchrony out there. They should have put that fire down whilst the EMPs were going in, just so they could get that breach open. Everything was just slightly off the timing, which led to that bandit trick, which led to that wall to be closed and to become a way harder round than it had to be in that time. So just clarifying, just making sure people communicate with each other before they go on with the next round.
I mean, even then, you look at the fight at the top of red. If that had gone away from them, that's the round lost. If you look at those sort of swing engagements, it was still so close here for Blossom. And when you are flipping the coin, they probably decided to have that tack time out a lot longer, you know, or a lot earlier in the round even, because of just how things have been shaping away from them. And, you know, those struggles of being connected on the fundamentals of this game on this map are always going to be cause for bigger concern.
Yeah, like we mentioned it so many times whenever Clubhouse is on, this is the basic map. Everybody should have a way to play Clubhouse, either in the conventional way or their own way, which is successful. The fundamentals are so important here. You want to get 2 or 3 attacking rounds. So to some extent, Blossom, you know, they've just done a big part of that. Even though it wasn't as clean as they would have liked. Just the issues that were going down towards the basement now, which is a site that is famously known for just a bunch of hedge drops and hope for the best of it. You can kind of compare it towards Basement of Bank to some extent. Bring the bridge back to the previous map we've had. So very heavy around the hatches.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the control. I was commenting on it with Anne there a bit before, where the sort of slow approach was something that was highlighted by both teams on both sides. There was a slow approach there. I like that there is a lot more pace here. But within 30 seconds, they're putting the pressure across the cut in the middle. This is the role that you have to do. You have to make sure that you can try and catch those players out of it, unaware of it. The double castle barricades either side of strip do let them work this, but at this point, players have generally all pulled themselves back. You've obviously got two towards the top, keeping themselves extension, but they're not a million miles away. Whether both versions of Coupe are on the top or not, I don't know, but there is Coupe's escape cut off. Looks towards that kill, watching and waiting. Now, pressure should come over the top. You can see the three bodies gathering. Sooner or later, he's going to have to try and find a way out, and whether he does it via just trading off and letting this robot go so he can stay in the fight is an option. Not be one that he wants to sit on just yet.
I'm not very sure if they know exactly where he is. There's a bunch of drones coming out, but they also need to be making sure that they're reaching Jim, which at this moment in time is not really happening. So for now, he isn't there for all the attackers know. And that could be very dangerous considering how many of them are around there. And as he starts his little rotate, you see them, they've all just fallen off. They've just forgotten about him. So he has the opportunity to go for a huge clutch, then fall back, swap robots, and go back towards the side if the actual execute comes through.
And they were on the cam the whole time. They read all of this through. There's the bit of motion, and there is one free reward. Pulls himself up and out of there. The alarm bells will be going. Zerum goes down. Losing that at this moment, knowing you've got to pay focus towards it, concerned about the pressure from both top and bottom. They're nowhere near comfortable. Look how far away they've gone. 40 seconds. They do not have the time to go and chase and waste. They're free to rotate their way back onto the back end. Things have entirely been pulled out from underneath them. Now, there is a player watching not too far away, but I think they're watching the bottom of red. At this point,
They definitely are.
I mean, now they've just got to see if they can try and force their way in towards the site. They're so concerned about where Skopos is going to appear from, and that's the thing. You don't know if they've just tucked themselves into the other robot. You can see where the other robot is. It's right on the default plant spot, pretty much. They're going to force their way in towards Moto. They can be back in the site quicker than you can. There's the swing round. The secondary gets one. Looks for a second on the backup, but all out of time.
Yeah, but just the Scalpel's coming up top, and I mean, it's the fact that it's Scalpel. But like, if it was any other operator, it would have gone exactly the same way there. He was just not droned out, had the opportunity to come for a free flank, got one kill, went back upstairs, and then it's suddenly that big question, like, we have to execute, but we still have that player upstairs. How much utility do we expend to it? And with utility, I also mean manpower. How many people do we send upstairs to try and hunt him down to equalize or neutralize that threat? Well, they didn't. They decided to just push this side instead. And, basically got shut down on any given angle they had out there. That round was completely in control by Weeble. And that's a lesson why it's important to make sure you drone everything. And also, take care of default cams, no matter where they are. Because that was fed by the person on the cam, right? Like, he's like, okay, yeah, they're moving downstairs now. They have fallen off. And they also saw that no drone has been in position even anywhere close to Jim.
Nope. And I think, it's a good use of the operator as well, because obviously they had that option. You could see them toying with the idea of teleporting back a couple times, and like, no, they're not here yet. You can keep stressing, you can keep stretching. They were there, ready to go, oh, they're not chasing me. I could be back in the fight elsewhere, and didn't even have to, because Blossom, they just had all the momentum taken out. Obviously, that's after their timeout as well. Blossom's had that conversation, and things have fallen away from them. To have that punished, your intel game after a conversation, is pretty brutal as a feeling. But earlier focus here on towards the windows. Last time it was a very heavy take on towards CC side, on towards Cash. It took them a bit of time to get cooking and get moving. I'm not quite gonna go with the same slower pace here. Make sure that they have a plan B.
Plan B is just keeping that roamer around. Coupe, gotta be careful though. He's playing the Vigil, has the opportunity to be relatively unseen if drones come around, but it always leaves that mark. The RC7 never truly unspotted when it's moving around. It's going to be a good one. Might actually get both of those Goyo canisters that are put on the wall. That's a big part of the delay that Weeble was trying to use to make sure that they aren't going to be putting up the pressure that quickly inside of CCTV cache. You still do see that there is people around there to try and challenge back.
They have the focus here towards the top of red. They have technically a slower pace than before, but if they've done some of the groundwork, it might still net a reward, but not being able to force this position, yes. They don't get the kill here. It's going to be devastating for the progress, and look at that. Coupe fishing far away with the Boss G, the quick motion, and Naps gets 2! Finds the 3rd! Really shouldn't have been gifted that in that scenario. There's a player coming up the bottom of red that gets them, but far too little, far too late. And what a collapse of an approach that was.
Just an amazing play to come down by Naps, finding those 3 kills, dropping the diffuser, and basically forcing the 2 remaining members to go, take him out, pick up that diffuser, and continue S2. Now, as they are in construction, you see that they're a bit worried because they could be coming from logistics, they could be swinging the door, and I believe that Coupe is still on a bit of a roam, so could be coming up from cache at any time as well now, especially with this amount of information known. EMPs are being used to stop the push, and there you have it from the back. 1 kill, not the second, as it is now Crown in a 1v2. 1v none. Weeble takes another round, which all started with Naps on the red stairs there, just completely shutting them down.
Ooh, I mean, that's rough. That's rough, buddy. They find themselves now 4-1 up here, Weeble. And obviously it's the defensive clubhouse. They have a lot going for them, but there just hasn't been a lot going for the attack of Blossom. They've found consistent standard problems and not found the consistent standard ways to break them down, falling into their favor. And yeah, there are obviously changes. There's the usage of the newest operator on the 2 rounds prior, but still forcing a Warden out of that position on that side approach is one of the most common ways of cutting your way across here. And yeah, they gave it up quite easy before, but it doesn't mean you've got to be prepared for when they try and dig their heels in.
10 seconds to go.
3 kills, the shooting gallery.
5 seconds left.
It takes skill to pull it off, but it really shouldn't have been in that situation. And I mean, Blossom, at this point out, if they do not get this round, I can't imagine it going much better, even with the benefit of work on the defense in the second half. We will have really got themselves cooking now.
Yeah, for sure. And again as well, right? Like, how quickly did the refrag come in after the 3rd person died from the red stairs? They might have even been able to wait for it, make sure they pushed from 2 sides at the same time to truly confirm that kill, rather than just basically feed him in that instance. That's all done. We're back to CCTV. See if this time they're able to actually get that wall opened up. I mean, they should be. There's a Cade. That means if you double EMP, there is no way that wall should stay shut. Scrown will find Naps as the very first kill. That's the Cade gone now as well, so there's definitely no more juggling.
Wow, what a smash through. Change of pace and play. Within a minute, they're going for the plant. They've taken the site, and they've absolutely smashed through Weeble. You complacent, and the perfect response of 4-1. And you're on, I guess it takes a point to get to this point, but you're missing this from the previous rounds, right? If you compared this round with the round we just had, you would think it was 2 different teams. The energy to come through, the punishment of Weeble, a second round and the strongest anyone has looked throughout this entire game. Very necessary to buy themselves that energy, but still, you're kind of missing that from earlier, right?
Yeah, you wanted that in round 1 or 2 already, right? Like, you want to make sure that you're instantly starting off like that confident. So it would have been a completely different half now. Because of course they're starting on the defense, or they're going to the defense now, have the opportunity to try and equalize this, but it's Clubhouse. It's not uncommon to get 3 attacking rounds here. It is a map that's been played so often that anybody knows how to attack it at this point. So you gotta worry a little bit for Blossom here.
Located by attackers.
And Weeble, they must be very excited to get this going. You already see the blitz coming through. And I heard Anne mention it whilst I was sorting the tech issues I was having. Both shields got through. And I might have missed it as well, but I didn't think that any shields were played by Blossom in those first 6 rounds.
Nope.
10 seconds remaining.
So
No,
how much can
and I-
Coupe do?
Like I said it before, is these two teams, you know, they don't have anyone that I would say is an outlandish shield player. This map itself actually doesn't offer as much for the 2 shields. Yeah, you'll see singular shield usage of not all the time, but a decent amount. In fact, before the shield changes came through, you'd probably see Monty attacking Club more than you'd see them attack a lot of other maps.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, now's the time to sort of show what was the fear from before. What can Coupe do here? Obviously got Crown on the loose roam. Whilst the SOP's still getting their setup as noisy as you like, they're saying come and find me, and they probably will, but I said before, the start of that is cutting off their routes out. They've got this side locked down, potentially, and they try and kill the player before it becomes a problem later.
100% sure that they're going to try and go and take that top floor under control fully. Especially since Crown is being hammered down now. Multiple angles found on him. Shut down. And with that is the entry kill as well. And this is the thing about shields. You kind of need a second person with you to deal with it. This is kind of the way that it goes with Clash. If you're outnumbered, it's hard to deal with a Clash. If you're outnumbered, it's also hard to deal with a Blitz or a Montaigne. Because they just come towards you. You need the help from your team to stop that from being effective. Someone to flank them. Shoot them in the side. Whilst that goes on. And as the fuse charges start to pop, it's definitely basically putting everybody in the same little angle of that map. Everybody's over towards the blue side as a retake is being attempted right here.
Slow movement over the top, making sure that when these two can activate, they do it with the surprise factor that they need to. One perfect moment, one perfect kill, and it can turn the round on its head. It forces the decision of clarity. If they get the idea that currently the team is separated into two sets of 2, and they isolate these as engagements, I mean, they could mop it up pretty quick, but they seem slightly unaware. He was looking for a bit of growth. The pressure's coming down on towards Dirt. They'll see the rotate down the main corridor from the kitchen hatch, and at this point, you're just kind of waiting for that close down. The 2 players are above. They're creeping their way towards the kitchen hatch. If they can catch the planter, they're going for the drop. They're inside the site a little bit too late, and they weren't quite aware the watch was in. There's the trade out, but they are all that's left. They just have to move the kit somewhere else, try and get it plant, which they are doing. Away from that hatch, they know what to watch, they know where to watch for it. A post-plant situation, and just a bit too late on that activation there. 5 against 4, which was in 2 versus 2s, turned into a 3 against 1. And there just wasn't enough of a threat from what could have been a very threatening rotation.
Yeah, you had the 2 people upstairs there indeed, but they've wasted so much time as they were trying to go super sneakily. Might have even been more effective to just let them know, like, hey, we are up here. Make your choice now to either force them to go quick on side and make some mistakes. That way you should catch them off. Or for them to just, you know, I don't know, like, stay on site rather. Because they had to go for hedge drops with the control they had. That's how they managed to make it work to get it with Dirt Tunnel, where, you know, you saw the Blitz push through. And now Montaigne being brought out by Coupe. Monty is, of course, great to take Garage. You can really walk up that rafters and basically waltz anybody out. Now, that's not the main focus point, of course, for this site. You want to get construction under control, probably logistics as well. If you have those 2 sides, basically all rotations of the defenders have already been cut off. And you got them locked in the box that they found themselves in.
5 seconds left before insertion.
That's easier said than done.
Attackers are heading
And Monty's being swapped out as well. Might have been on a prediction that they might have gone CCTV instead.
Yeah, as I said, you know, there's still some places, there's still some ideals where it's a default take a default setup, driving the Monty across, and seeing what can be netted out the back of it. But Weeble getting that opener, getting it pretty cleanly as well. There was a lot of sort of conversation. You could see the movement and the rotation and what they did. They made sure when they drove their way in towards the site, it had some of that utilization, the preparation. Cover anyone that might hop out of this. Whoa, Naps! I mean, we see a yellow ping there, but even he is, I think, a bit surprised by the kill he just picked up.
It's just a great way to open it, and it's such a painful way for Blossom as well, because, I mean, you lose the Warden. He's very effective when executes start happening and smokes and flashbangs are being swung around. It's also a Nitro cell. And with Doji dropping now as well on the opposite side of the map, it's just one of those rounds that seems to be, you know, it gets away from you from the start by no fault of your own, really, and it just snowballs so quickly out of control. Where now you're in a 3v5, they're trying to see 4 fish out of the window, hope that they find anything like that. But if Weeble's smart, they're just going to put the pressure onto construction, onto logistics, and see what they can do from there on.
I mean, what a way of clearing the opposite side. They're putting the pressure in towards construction, as you said. Naps gets crown. They get control here. Zad deep in logistics. They have the hot pings on a player tucked into the bathroom, but you probably know they're going to be the last one left. Where is Zerom? The last one left. Are they watching for it? They have a player not far away. They are hot pinged. They move their way out of a location. The ace can plant as soon as they remove that goo mine from their foot. And with the call, we know where the last one is. The plant will be confirmed. They can set themselves up to watch towards it. There's a long way they've got to go. I don't know if they know that they've crossed to their left. This might be a second. Oh, the punching on the wall might have actually given it away a bit. Being droned out, being watched at this point. Running the gauntlet would have to be a sprint directly towards the kit to get to it in time. And they couldn't get the step closer. Quick reactions and a read there, but I mean, that was it. I said it at the start. We'd seen slow attacking teams get onto their defense, and it proves the point of both. Weeble have just been the faster team today.
I'm so confused on why that flank was coming out at that time. Like, when was that initiated? When you were down 4v2 already on the side and you knew they were in construction and logistics? Like, it's too late to start flanking at that point. Because as soon as any of that information comes out, or as soon as one of the people die, it's just going to be an instant execute towards the site. They still had the early warning system, I'm going to call it like that, of Moon playing in CCTV, dying, basically broadcasting, okay, he's on a flank, that's safe. Like, we don't have to worry about anywhere else rather than CCTV and cache. Just a bit of a curious call to me, the one that was made out there. It's like flanking for the sake of flanking.
I love the idea of being the player that was like, oh, you stay there just in case someone shows up. It's like, oh, but we have this site. It's a 5 versus 1. We're planting. Like, no. You have your job. You stay there.
I mean, what else was he doing there? Right?
No, I know. Entirely he was in that role, but probably wanted to win the engagement. I mean, 6-2. Weeble. They have just absolutely run this game so far. They're back on the blitz. They're back with confidence. Obviously, the Blossom timeout was, what, the third into the game at this point. Really, really good showing from Weeble today. When, you know, I guess as sad as it say, when they need to do it the most, obviously, the top 4 teams are now confirmed in the top 4-ish slots, or at least within the top 6. There are 2 positions left for 3 teams because Orgless cannot make it over these past 2 playdays. Weeble getting these 3 points, drawing themselves with B&A, would cement Blossom locked out. 4 points short of anyone else. This could be Blossom's hope of being in the closed. Done. There's a break across a 3 versus 3. Deep inside the site. They're just finding the fight and forcing them. Weeble get one more. And at this point, with the blitz going for the plant and Inno going for the kill, they're going to hold off. Let it get cemented. It is all down to Luca to keep them fighting for a chance at the closed playoffs. But toe-to-toe with a blitz, he gets the kill. A little bit too angsty, a little bit too aggro, Coupe. Moon versus Luca for Blossom's hope. But staying fighting and not being stuck in 7th place. Corner by corner, face check to face, but it's Weeble that confirm themselves 3 points, jump themselves up, level with before and after on 7 points apiece. And with Blossom now only having 3 points left that they can get, and needing 4. It's
Love that
done.
hat.
Great hat.
Yeah.
Great
Thumbs
hat.
up. I mean, what can you say? Just a very, very dominant performance here for Weeble in what could have been the most important matchup of their entire stage, because this one is either a confirm or a deny for their playoffs, and, well, they've confirmed it. So, let's head to a quick break before we bring back Anne.
Got you tulips in it. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave. And I think he might just find it.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head. Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though. Oh, the take from Spirits in the 1 versus 1. Holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places for Frida. Has that one extra.
Welcome back to the Korea League. I'm Anne, joined here by the wonderful Fluke and Hap, and we just watched a game which was not necessarily very much of a speedrun as fast as we put our pre-show through, but Weeble did successfully get 3 points on the board, and I casted a bit at the beginning of that game with you, Emmy. It very much was looking like Weeble were gonna put up the 3 points, because my oh my, Blossom did take their time, their sweet time.
They were slow, they weren't coming up with plan Bs, they found themselves in these tricky situations time again, and it was just... I'm not going to say that it was entirely amateur, but they slipped on all these fundamentals, the groundwork of all of Siege, and they just couldn't get it nailed today in the most important game to get it done, and they're cemented at the bottom now.
And I think one of those examples is even just the CCTV wall breach that was bandit tricked out. Like, you have a Capital, you have EMPs, you have a Thermite. Why is the wall not opening? Well, it's quite simple. They put first down the EMPs, then the Thermite went on, then the fire. Just gave enough time to actually go for the trick. Like, it just should have been a different order, but just weren't able to quite sort that out.
Difficult for them for sure. I mean, the pacing, I think the fundamentals of Weeble were a lot better in this match. I mean, we saw Blossom take their sweet time on the attack. Weeble, I liked their roam, what they were doing in those very first few rounds, but also when they were going to their own attack, it seemed like they had faster opening kills. They were getting to plant down a really big win condition for them as well to make sure they convert these rounds into round wins, because as soon as they got onto the attack, there wasn't any round that Weeble lost anymore.
No, it was just their show. And I think, you know, you sort of see these moments where there was chances Blossom could have built the momentum back in, chances that they could have reset their pace back together. And you look at their last attack round and you're like, yes, where has this team been? And then you look at the first defense trying to go, oh no, where has this team gone? And it was just Weeble just rocked it today.
Yeah, good opportunity spotting, you know, quickly basically relying on one or two of the kills that they managed to get and manipulating that into finding more kills really helped them out here. Because, I mean, there was also, like, especially in those last 3 defensive rounds, Blossom were just trying things. They were just sending people off on roams whilst the site was being taken. People just coming in slightly too late, time and time again, being picked up as they returned to the fight. It only helped people in that instance, because you're 2 men down on the actual site that are trying to get a flank done. Suddenly you're defending 5v1 on site itself. Like, it doesn't help the one person that's still left there if you're taking 40 seconds to get from one side to another.
You're seeing it here on screen as well. I mean, all these stats from the players on the side of Weeble are so close to each other. Their EPS only being 23 points away from each other as well. A very consistent performance from all of these players. Just what we like to see here as well. I think Coupe making great use of those shield operators being available on the attacks as well with that blitz. He's also our MVP for today, going 8-4 in that game. Not necessarily getting super active on the entry, but having that shield operator available and putting it to great use.
Yeah, I think, you know, when there's expectations of how big and impactful shields can be, when you see them utilized against the best teams in the world, and when you see them utilized against the sort of teams fighting to keep themselves into playoffs and keep themselves off the bottom of the board, you can still see some good control. Coupe was able to get in multiple times, cause problems, and it was something that was never brought from the side of Blossom. And, you know, decisions are theirs to make, decisions are theirs to be rocked, but I think the shield had moments, but it was also that things just were the wrong decisions on the side of Blossom.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that the shield was the impact maker that they needed, because, like, a lot of the kills already happened before the shield even reached the site itself. Of course, it's a bit of a mental thing, right? I mean, a lot of people are, especially in this current day and age, very afraid of shields, especially if you're then 1 or 2 men down. It definitely doesn't help. However, it was the entire team that was really sticking up, and Coupe, of course, finding many kills as well in this first half when he wasn't playing his shield. I'm all wondering why, like, you didn't see more shields coming out from Blossom, for example.
Given the result of this game and the games we've had before, a lot has happened to our standings so far. It seems that PSG Talon are now confirmed to be in that top 2 spot and get that bye going into the playoffs, but there's 2 teams that are coming for that other top 2 spots. Those 2 teams being D+ and FearX. We'll find out who gets a bit closer to that top 2 spot after the break.
Got you tulips in it. Hand out bars like communists. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Boss like communist.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head. Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though. Oh, the take from Spirits in the 1 versus 1. Holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Frida has that one extra little bit to tie him.
It's already time for our last game of the day. The day has gone very fast, but we've kept the very best for the very last. D+ versus FearX. As we mentioned, PSG have already confirmed themselves for that top 2 spot, and these two teams obviously want that too, because you get a bye going into playoffs. That means you get 1 game closer to the major. FearX were there, D+ weren't, and of course D+ are looking to regain themselves. I think especially after yesterday as well, with D+ specifically, because their game against PSG Talon was over a lot quicker than we thought it was going to be over. They probably did not expect that loss there, and some of these players are really struggling on that team.
Oh yeah, you're sort of hoping you always get the pace bench towards the top team. You never want one team to be so obviously out ahead. You want competition, and this is a roster made up of people from a long sort of standing org where you kind of want more and more out of them, especially with a PSG Talon player on their side. They need to make sure that JLT for them wasn't a team that's worse than the top team getting a player, but a sort of parallel decision of going, we can make this work, we can fight the top.
Yeah, and that's the hard part, because if you look at the overall season stats for the players, it's only Yunsung that's not been able to hit the 100 mark on the EPS. But then when you're coming up against what is arguably your main opponent from now on, because it used to be FearX back in the day, and you just struggle that much, it's just a bit worrying. It just shows that PSG Talon have been able to kind of run away with the current meta, the current way of things, and really start separating themselves from the other squads.
Yeah, we're looking at their opponent for the next game as well. That's where they fell last stage around. D+ are very much in contention for that top 2 spot, and then we were able to overtake them there. Their opponents for today, FearX. I mean, we've got someone on this team that is very familiar with the history of D+ as well. Rin, a player that has played for D+ in the past, and then we heard it in the interview with Gotti. He said, oh, you know, Jax, the player that this roster initially wanted, should be able to join the roster very soon. However, a player that has sort of replaced Jax for the moment being is Nova, and he has been doing phenomenal for this team.
Oh, I mean, Nova is like the superest, starest sub there is. Nova was the reason that the roster was able to fight through playoffs last time. And I think they were the MVP of playoffs to get them to the major, put them on the international stage, get them the much needed sort of SI points. It's great to have them as a player. But also, we've seen the impact and effect, you know, import players can have. We've talked about the possibility of getting a decent support. Jax is a great support player. We see how their roster's fared without them. And you want to see them sort of get to that pace and get to that moment. And, you know, the sooner they can make that happen, probably they'll feel more relieved.
I mean, we keep saying it every time, right? Like, whenever they need a player, Nova steps in, and at this point, he's not even a super sub anymore. It's just a 6-man on the roster, because whenever they're, like, lacking anybody, he's always there. He's done this in, like, the last 3 stages or something. So, you know, he has that experience. He's been with the team quite literally since the start of its, you know, its competitive runs. Back when he still were on different names, Mantis, Cloud9, you know, those kind of things. So he's very experienced as well.
100%. We're looking at the team that FearX has to play against after this game. Their last play day is PSG Talon. That is certainly not going to be easy. They're going to have to take it up against the new big dogs in Korea, because especially if we talk about the history of Korea League in general, FearX and D+ are the teams that we talk about as the strong forces in this region. So for our head-to-head today between players, we actually went on a different route, and we picked 2 players that have been on these rosters for the longest. Now for Coda, we have to say it was also Woogieman joining this roster in 2021 at the exact same time, and I believe Good Boy has been on the roster of FearX for about 2 to 3 years now as well. So these 2 players having had a very long history within these teams, but also a very good performance with them.
It's this strange way of looking at it, especially on the side of FearX and Good Boy, is that I remember the days when it was still these 2 orgs, these 2 teams butting heads and going against each other. Good Boy was brought in as the new up-and-coming face of Korean Siege, this new sort of young gunner, and all of this stuff coming into one of the strongest rosters after their year of domination. And for them to be this last standing sort of icon, for them to be in a totally new generation, it says so much about the journey they've been on.
I mean, he was even signed as an analyst before he turned 18, just so they already had locked him in, so he would be able to play for the roster as soon as he was eligible to actually fill out that role. So it is, and he's been consistently good as well. He's basically always been around that positive rating or positive EPS.
Showing why, and we're running through our map feature very quickly, but going back to Clubhouse because our game is starting. We have D+ and FearX going up against each other. Like we said, the objective for this game, get as many points as you can to get as close to that top 2 spot and get the bye in the playoffs. Who will come out victorious, D+ or FearX? We'll find out on Clubhouse.
Back to club we go. Yeah, it's Siege, and I think it's picked like 9 times now. This makes it so far in the league, in the split, in the season.
It should be 8.
Club 8. Oh, I was close.
A good instinct for how many times it was.
A
I wouldn't
lot.
be surprised if it was 10. 9,
Too
I mean,
much.
sorry. Please don't give Clubhouse
I mean-
the same treatment we got with Oregon, because I actually love Clubhouse if it's done moderately, not if it's like most of the games.
This is the thing about club, is because Oregon's gone, until another map fills that Oregon space emotionally, physically, playability for the players, it's just going to be another club. And
10 seconds to go.
Yeah.
all right. I've seen whole days of Clubhouse before. I've seen whole days of Oregon before. And I'm worrying we're hurtling towards more whole days of club.
Attackers are moving out to locate a
Well,
bomb.
at least soon we'll be into the best of 3s, which means we won't get to see
we'll
Clubhouse
see
3
it
times.
every series.
But we'll see it every series instead. Yeah.
It will
Hey,
be
at
in
least we
every
get to
se-
see other maps as well.
I would put good money that Clubhouse is on every single series on the opening day of the best of 3 days in Korea.
At least it won't be Oregon and Clubhouse like it was last
No.
season.
It's true. Slightly left.
Now, a
All
little
right.
bit of stakes here as well. FearX is the only team that can still overtake PSG Talon. Which means that if they drop points here today, PSG Talon is confirmed first place in the league. Just a little
Well,
side info.
They confirmed top 2 at least, so they
Yeah.
still have that going for them, and it would just change the seeding slightly. But right, let's see who's going to be able to get the start of the break of this. These two teams are. Oh, there was a second where the shield wasn't fully realized, and then the realization that you're toe-to-toe with a shield. Nova gets the lockdown on it. They also lost a couple of players in the same stretch, so there is coated down, picked up. It's a 3 versus 2. We think about opening time to kill, and now we look at where MV Taylor's going. The MV Taylor versus Nova fight. And that's something that I don't know if my heart can deal with. You see just a bit of a flirtation up. It's the fight against the Blitz. JLT's able to get themselves safely. Knocks them off. MV Taylor's being tracked on the back end. So the Deimos is semi-revealed, but JLT putting in the hard work. Mephi now trying to find their way across. MV Taylor and JLT. The lockdown last 2 players. It's a slow drift on towards the back of Moto. There's a lot of time, but think about where this player can go. Nowhere, Hap.
He's just stuck in there. He has to make a swing, and at least he has these trackers, which allows him to take the fight he wants to take first. However, this also goes both ways. They know exactly where he's going to be, so they smoke him off to limit the opportunity that he can actually take this fight. And this just gets called out, like, hey, he's inside of Motorcycle. Of course, he canceled the death mark in the meantime, so they don't know exactly anymore. Oh, actually, an SMG burst to come through. Second smoke and a sit to pop in. That's just going to lock him out for the remainder, or a big remainder of the round. Only 15 seconds left as soon as this goes.
Well, waiting. Stuck. Another smoke canister could force this motion. They're trying to tuck their way in, and MV Taylor waits for contact to swing. I mean, it was very sudden. You sort of think about that situation where MV Taylor's creeping their way up blue. Playing around the sort of bottom of the pit, the bottom of red, and, you know, the Blitz is inside the shield toe-to-toe and loses out. Could have been a difference decided there if instead of full sending it, a little bit of a slip up.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
So, first round, D+. I mean, whilst they were busy with, you know, bullying this, the mute inside of the shower and just bashing him back and forth, you lost 2 people in that time, which is very unfortunate. Because it could have been a clean opening. But just fights were taking place on any given moment at a lot of places on the map. Makes it a bit more unpredictable. As we head to Jim next. D+, happy they will have won that round, considering they were basically a man down at any given time.
5 seconds to go.
D+. Off to a bit of a start. Off to a bit of a grow here, but it's a long game. It's a long clubhouse, a clubhouse of 2 halves as well. FearX not gonna double down with the Blitz for now. Instead, still keep some of the pace. Nova off the aggressor roll in towards the hard breach, doubled up with obviously the tripling up of those 2. All 3 stacked up here. And well, goodbye, Ian Sung. This good boy is able to just cut them in half there.
Nice clean kill indeed to come through. It's going to be the bandit gone. Easy breach. The opening has been made. The next point of pressure will be most likely logistics and construction, just so you have that complete, like, encircling of the site. Making it very, very hard for the remainders of D+ to actually hold on, because they're just the limitations start coming in on where they can actually actively play. This is very tricky, just trying to, you know, look through the actual Maverick hole. Now, the Impact will get the second exothermic, so that won't pop off. Nova will drop as well. That was the other heart breacher they had that could have potentially opened up that wall, so that means construction will stay closed.
From this point onwards, obviously, with the smoke slightly damaged, they still have the usage of their utility. They can still try and slow down the approach, keep themselves at a bit of arm's length and stay out of the fight if they can be clever about it. There needs to be the pinch on the fight elsewhere. The 4 versus 4 isn't anything that can net them a sturdier result. Concerned about this. Coated. Creeping their way up from the back stairs.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Rin getting one buried in. The Deimos is getting a bit of a track. They pre-fire a bit early there, and it's the pressure on towards Boogeyman. I'm still waiting on Kota to make a mark and make a bit of amends here. The time that's being ticked away, the longer the focus goes on. There's the track on towards JLT. Pressure in the 4 versus 3. 50 seconds, another standstill. Another silence falls over. Top 4 of Clubhouse now as they're just trying to find one way to step their last way in towards the site. Woogieman's in the very aggressive position, goes for the swing, gets across one, look for the second, can't find it. 3 versus 2, bleed their way in towards site. The grenade forces them back in, not quite having the impact. They're instead going to go for the flat fight. The single player outside, creeping to the window. There's Coated. Finally caught out, and that leaves JLT surrounded. Not for long.
A clean return to come through there. And this is probably what we'll have the entire game. Just the back and forth on this map, because these teams have been so evenly matched for so long. Even if you look at their rounds that they've won so far in the stage, it's 31 rounds won for D+, well 32 now, and 32 won for FearX, which means 33 now. And they've lost basically the same amount of rounds as well, 16 and 17. So they've just been very, very equal up until this point. Which basically truly means that whoever wins this one is going to be finding themselves most likely to find that second spot.
One apiece. Traded rounds with a very good sort of showing of what these two teams can do. There's a lot of this quick responses, a lot of this lockdown on each other's game plan. I mean, if there is two teams that know each other very well,
10 seconds left.
here they are in roster form, in game form, in map form as well. It's definitely something that they've played a lot in their history against each other. You have obviously traded players between these two rosters. One of them, FearX Taylor, was the defining player of FearX for a long time.
He also went back into a coaching role, then wanted to become a player again at some point. Left for D+, and a week later, Nova had to step in from from the staff position to start playing. And at that point, FearX Taylor was also staff at D+, but he managed to make it back to the playing position. He's been doing quite well. He's actually the top-rated player of D+ throughout this season so far.
Where will this first strike find its way together? And they have themselves prepped up. They've got the chance at playing against the Bandit. Nowhere near as much hard breach, but the Carly irritation means that anything on the other side of the wall should get removed pretty quickly. They're not going to try and double down with the burning the line trick that worked and got them the kill on towards Insane in the previous round. Good boy. Getting the stretch of the angle, the control over on towards bedroom. Ooh, very quickly followed up. Good boy. Knocks on the door of the site, gets the kill, gets themselves back out of there. Doesn't want the smoke of a potential trade to come through.
90 seconds left, Coated in a good position, but I think they might have seen it. Flashbang was tossed out prematurely. Guilty will find another kill onto Rin, though. And I'm not sure what Coated decided to do there, because he was close to the door. Actually, I think he fell back slightly. There's people on either side. He's being droned out. They know where he is now. He has the edge to fall back. Will do that as well. So this is going to be a bit of presence. He's downstairs. It's an operator with a C4. That means it's going to be quite difficult to just commit to that plant unless you have control of Lounge. And I think that's what Good Boy's trying to go in a range here. He's, of course, the Buck as well can open up a little bit towards the top floor to put some extra pressure on. But they are a man down, so at some point he will have to start going towards the site itself.
There's the Buck, fishing for the angles, fishing for the force of the players, the drop and the down outside. Means, though, that at some point Good Boy's going to have to try and rotate up and offer some of the support to Demic, who's doing their best to hold it down on towards the site. There's the big rotate. With 30 seconds, the limited breaching they've been able to put together here. It's more angles that they're going to try and shepherd, but it's just a big crossfire. They don't have garage. They don't have underneath now as Coated's gone there. I'm assuming with a C4 in pocket. Doesn't even need it. Quickly picked up either side and didn't have anywhere near enough.
Trying to figure out what the reason was why the Kali was being used. Of course, as you mentioned, like you just remove what's on the other side of the wall. That's the nice part of the LV explosive lens. Make sure that Bandit cannot recycle the batteries. What he can basically do as soon as an EMP hits them is just disabling. But they had an Ace, they had a Thermite. It could have just double heart breached it. There was no way he was going to trick both.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And Thatcher is on the board, so, I mean, that would have seemed like the more logical choice.
From here onwards, at this point, D plus gear, they've been able to get themselves off to a back and forth of a start. And we'll see, I guess, where the growth can come from this point onwards. The Blitz is back in the pockets of Nova. It's a big juggling of who gets to play Deimos. Big juggling of pretty much everything else apart from Nova. He's gone, flooded with for a second. It might have had some control, but because obviously this came down to a JLT MV Taylor big clutch before, the two players are still having a very good thoroughfare on their engagements. I'm curious where they're going to try and drive this glass. Will they just charge their way up?
To get him with a Blitz as well. It's like the glass usually speaks of a little bit more slow gameplay, but having the Blitz out there and they're both around dirt, it just kind of makes me wonder like what their actual plan is going to be with this.
Well, it might be a little bit fast and violent here. They've realized it's soft. They've got the soft opened up. The Blitz is free to start moving their way down. Bit of a slowdown there for a second. They're able to hit the procs, going via the alibi. They're happy and free to be stacked up with the shield. Doesn't want to get revealed, but they're very loud. Pops the Goyo. Smart maneuver. Allows them a second as well to know that they're not going to get swung on without the defender taking a lot of damage. The hatch is being popped open. Look how close to their chest they're bringing this pull, and you can see all of the D plus gear players have pulled them back towards the site. I think they've realized, okay, it's very concerned around kitchen hatch, around dirt. We have to make sure that we're ready to knock them back.
I mean, that's it, right? There's no other control being taken here by FearX either. It's just dirt, it's just the kitchen hatch. That's all they're working with. And MV Taylor now coming back from his roam as a smoke. Of course, having the opportunity to slow down that Blitz, but already pushing through right now, Emmy.
Oh, Rin getting the lockdown over the top. Mephi putting a couple of kills in the chaos as well. And all the smokes in the world can't stop a glass. Nova's going for the plant. The rotator coated is punished a bit there. They're not quite able to get the full read. And this has been a great one from FearX, Mephi. One more from the door. They do trade it out, but leaving JLT alone, a post-plant. And at this point, you know, you can see someone above, upside down, repelling. I think they were trying to catch the player that might rotate the main stairs. They get the read where they are. Good boy just steps back in.
It's a shame with the Vector. Gets the Blitz shield, but it costs an entire mag to shoot through the feet like that because it already is low damage. And then when you're hitting the feet as well, it's just a, you know, completely different damage multiplier. You have to reload and gives the opportunity for that lock off. But round was over anyway at that point. And these teams, as I mentioned, they are so well matched to each other that this is just complete like counter and counter and counter and counter. Like, you managed to get that round? Okay, we'll bring something else and we're going to make sure that we're going to lock it down the round right afterwards. And even though the Blitz shield wasn't really that impactful, but I mean, 2 kills happened before the Blitz shield was even known to be like on the side itself. It's again that pressure thing that you're talking about. And Nova for now seems to be bringing it again. It's always nice to have for a little bit of pace, as long as your feet don't get shot out underneath you.
That is always the worst moment, when your feet get shot out from... There's got to be the balance.
I've had this so many times where I'm playing a shield and I'm slightly angled and my head just gets like tapped by like 2 pixels. I'm like, okay, I'm such a bad shield player. But even I can make a shield work and get round wins.
Even Hap can.
Even I can it. do it.
If you worry if you can do it at home or not, even happen.
Just try.
Just do your best. Believe in yourself. 2-2. And it's traded rounds, and it's very well traded rounds as well. You can just see how familiar these two teams are with each other. They have instant responses to what the other one's trying to put forward. They have instant rebuttals towards any of the statement holds that are being pieced. Again, here, look, they're going for the same sort of approach, but there's not a player to punish. Yunsang knows that this is going to be how they get it locked in. They'll put a bit of the bandit forward to slow them down, but otherwise the breach is going to come together, and they've not traded a life for it this time.
Again, it's these teams learning from what's happening in the game and instantly adapting to it. I mean, these two have been on the top of Korea for so long. They know every through and through. And of course, you mentioned as well, like players have been swapped between them. They've also made some other changes, but like the identity is still standing. And now they fight against the common enemy, which is PSG Talon, led by the Swedish overlord Fabian. But trying to figure out which of these two teams has the opportunity to go for it. Missed impact. Painful. Allows construction to be opened up. That's something they failed to do the last time around. Just going to be opening up the attack a little bit here for FearX.
Ready to let loose on anyone that might try and open here from the back end, but they're keeping themselves very far away from the chance of this C4 getting longer angles prepared, a little bit more wiggle room. Camera attempting to be caught. They sit and watch and wait. Patience. The first draw of audio, the pressure's going to come around onto the back. You can see that in FearX, I'm not going to say they're preparing themselves for a burst, but the positions they've got themselves in here are just helping them circle, get closer and closer to the fight itself. The stairs start to fall. The grenades are going over the top. They're not quite able to shut down whoever's inside. And there's a bit of an adventure because as that gets broken on, they can't hold on. Demic gets the first. Rin gets the second. E plus Kia, they're starting to lose their ground, starting to have the push come together. 30 seconds, though. It just takes one player in a risky position to get the pull. The reveal of the Deimos. They know that it was one out, and they're still able to win the fight, but they can't get much further. Nova picks it up. Demic has the lockdown, and it's just, again, JLT left. Everybody else has been knocked out of the firefight. Round the gym equipment, stops them. 10 seconds, no kip. They have to try and encircle and push. They could try and fight their way out, but they can't. Mephi is there to put the end of the round.
The unfortunate un-ADSing at the moment that he was going to take the shot at the Deimos. Got quite close there. The Diffuser dropped, of course. You mentioned it. 10 seconds left at the time. And them having to recover or get the kill. And FearX to take the lead. And again, half or a 4-2 for the attack isn't too out of the ordinary here on Clubhouse. It is such a well-known map. So there's no reason to panic if you're any of these teams' fans, because I have a belief that this goes on to 15 rounds.
There's our comparison of the two teams, how they can get themselves in, and how narrow the difference is. The divide between these two has just been at this line for about 3 years now. And it really shows the expectation of them to the pressure both these two rosters, these orgs have been put through. So very, very cool thing to see, and you see it in practice in this game. Again, it's so responsive. There's everything that we said we were sort of missing in the previous Clubhouse, where there wasn't really answers to problems, more just vague ideas, understanding. It's the difference between writing out a plan and bringing blueprints. And they're speaking their blueprints.
Step 1, open up the CC wall is what they're waiting for currently. Gonna have to try and get some extra information out. Probably gonna have a Zofia burst from below to take care of the bandit batteries. Of course, that's where the Cade ban comes in. Like, you can really hide a Cade well here when you're trying to keep that CCTV wall closed. Now, since that's been removed together with the Capitao, you're gonna have to find different ways to stop a bandit from bandit tricking. And, you know, back in the day, that used to be you open up the floor below and you just start blasting. That's exactly what they're going to do now, because you see the Zofia waiting there. Here comes the call. Go for it now. Being placed. There is vertical below, and that means that the bandit is not willing to risk his life to try and stop that breach.
Boogeyman wants to see if he can get just the clipped wing of any birds out the window. Sees the head of a player for a second, throwing utility the deep smoke. And with how things went away from them last time playing around the smoke, they don't want to risk it again, but they're also not giving them any land. Mephi breaks their way in. The blinds go over the top. Are they going to follow it up with the grenade? They're trying to force the pressure. More blinds. Deimos tracked. That grenade has them either side. They're pushing them to an uncomfortable situation. The fight behind the Kiva keeps them alive. This really is going on longer than they wanted. Mephi gets one more. In the meantime, they've lost a lot of bodies inside the site itself, so they just have to try and encircle JLT, who's doing their best to fight out of this situation. Now with another one from Coded, that step up has entirely faded away. The two remaining players, they finally get rid of them. But Coated in a 2 versus 1 from where this round was. Moments to go. As the possibility, Ops leans in for a chance at a 1 versus 1 engagement there. Might not have known that the other had left. He's rotating, keeping them guessing, keeping them concerned. They don't really know exactly where he is. The C4 here could be monumental. Damek with the kit. Sprints the distance, waits for the audio. There's the catch, the throw, and the player is gone. The 1 versus 1, 10 seconds. Rin, you've got to lean in for the fight. They're tucked behind the box, sees either side. There's 5 seconds. The time is on their side. Coated has it. And a huge, huge clutched out round.
Wonderfully played by Coated out there. Realized that one of them had rotated off the balcony, instantly tried to retake some of that space, then played it patiently. They have to make the sound of putting that diffuser kit down. And as they did, the Nitro pops, brings it into a 1v1 with time against Rin. We've seen that before on a different map, but same operator for Rin, where they were unable to take that win. That would have cost them a major final. But now it's just a round. But an equal scoreline is what we're aiming at here. Even though a lot was done right by FearX there. They opened up the walls that were required. They had control of Garage, but they were unable to deal with the last few players. Also, last player in Coated.
JLT probably just happy to have a friend in the dying limits of a round there. And I mean, usually he's been alone and he's been able to have some good showing, but Coated, majority of his kills from that round, being able to step back in. It might have even been all of them. I can't remember if he was on 1 kill or 0 before the round started. He definitely got at least 3 of his 4. And well, 3 apiece. Still no ground given. Still no advantage taken. And Nuke is immediately shown the door by Mephi, and I don't think they quite expected the sudden appearance.
Actually, fun statistic to look at is that FearX have been able to get every single opening kill but the first, which was Boogeyman's of D+, into their favor so far. They've been controlling the momentum of this game slightly, or at least the start of the rounds. Rin jumped out but hesitated on where to actually go, and Envy Taylor was just waiting for him there. Realized that something might have been up. Gets that kill. And instantly just turns the entire point it was making about the entry kill advantage that FearX has had.
Ooh, Coated. Takes the side off of Damek, and the Echo drone slips his way back round. You've got your eyes locked on it, but they have loads of time now to formulate this attack. You've been able to lead the remaining players back towards the arc. It's about to rain. And slowly creep their way in, removing the pest in the player by Envy Taylor. Didn't expect Good Boy there. Got on his drone, and Good Boy punished the fact that the droning was still going on. Huge bit of ground gained. The grenade forces a bit of motion, but Coated has been an absolute force these past 2 rounds. With the Echo and Good Boy left. Good Boy gets the break onto one. Woogie Man is there to get the immediate response. All down to Nova. Talk about him as being a super power player and a super clutch. Back to before, gets one, gets pretty hurt. They have the ping, finds a second. Oh, it's new versus old, and there is Nova. He can't get it with the shotgun. He finds it on the second swing, closer than it could have been. Oh, these last 2 rounds, Hap.
1 HP on the shotgun there. Like, the first shot hit put him down to 1. And the Supernova coming in, and FearX put themselves back up to 4-3. But this is exactly what we wanted to see. Just a close game where players have to step up for these amazing plays.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
You stuck in motorcycle, gets 3 kills from there. It's what D+ should have just gone for the plant instead. Let him be. That's fine. Like, he's stuck in there. What was it about Nova? You call him a super sub? Just, you know, casually wins around like that.
I mean, it's just a monster when he needs to be, and you know, as I said before, Coated being able to step up. He's gotten 5 of his 6 kills over the past 2 rounds. Same time, they're missing a little bit of that X factor here. D+ Kia, they had some of the benefit on their defense. There they were close. They had the drive, and things have been pulled away from them, though. Shows how close they were. Getting to the other side of it at this point. A bit of a boon, but FearX, slightly different approach towards holding onto the walls. Tubarao is on the board. Against the sort of... Okay, by Rin. JLT just drive-bys a Fenrir.
It's a great start again, like the opening kill going in favor of D+. Instantly traded back that way though, just taking the 50 cal M4 to the face of Effie. Playing around with that Tubarao. It's just there, of course, to stall these breaches. Especially when you're playing Gym Bedroom. You know, often what the attackers would do is take control of CCTV cache. Having a Fenrir, the Tubarao around, of course, really helps with that, because you might not be as necessarily invested in making sure that that wall stays closed. But if you can make it last a minute longer, why not? Because a lot relies on having that control.
JLT able to get the lead through on towards Demic. They're trying to buy themselves just a bit of space here, but this circling pressure is so well put together. Coated as the plant. They're inside Gym. They're making sure that they seemingly have the lockdown here. JLT, all the cover in the world, and a little bit of daylight robbery here, Hap. As they get themselves onto Gym, as I said, FearX, they were trying to circle the pressure back on, but it just wasn't able to connect with the player behind the hard wall. Bit of daylight robbery, leaving 2 FearX players up against now 3 D+ Kia players, but with only about 20 seconds, less so, to get onto that kit, get it held. There's just a drop and a rotate. There's the swing, and it's one up by Good Boy. The 2 versus 2. Nova's just holding it down. What are you doing? What are you doing?
That is such a confusing end to the round. They had everything going for them there. They couldn't take control of CCTV cache. They knew there was 2 or 3 players out there. Instead, they decide to hop in Gym window, get that plant down. Well on them for doing that. Then the first person misses the opportunity. I mean, the cover was done well by Good Boy. There's no 2 cents about that. But they're so slow to respond after that. You have another person on the balcony. They should have at least swung and made an attempt. The other person was in logistics. Might have been slightly too far away. But again, like, run. It's 7 seconds. Why are you sitting still on the balcony? That is a baffling result to that round. And whereas it first was very close-sided, it's now FearX that have been able to get 2 in a row in, well, you can almost say both rounds where they shouldn't have won them. Nova in a 1v3 clutch. This was a 2v4 post plant that they've been able to disable.
locate and
What?
defuse a bomb.
happened?
I think
I
you just say
blacked
what.
out.
I think that's fine. Like, what? I think that summarizes it.
I mean, holding the bravery of Nova and Good Boy getting the first and the kill cover. Sure, right? You go, okay, we've got one. It's this 2 versus 2 situation. And then just trusting that Good Boy has it from all the different angles and possibilities. I guess it's one of the things when you have an opportunistic plant, maybe you're just not ready to have the response. We've seen teams lose that way earlier today, where a plant's gone down and there's just no one in a position to stop it and to counter it. And that's 2 rounds now. FearX and their defense have stolen back from D plus Kia. And like, you have to give them credit for the sheer audacity.
That's for sure. As FearX looking to become the challenger for PSG Talon. Make smaller than them. I was wrong. They changed the tiebreaker rules somewhere last year, I think. It's round difference first, but we haven't really been in that situation where we needed to actually check up on it, because it hasn't happened yet. But that means that FearX... Oh, beautiful shot there from Coded. Removes Good Boy from the equation. It's like, get off the map for covering off that plant last round. I'm going to try him without you. See if that one will stick. But back to the original point. Every round, dust will matter, as they're 6 points behind on PSG Talon. So they need to lock this off as soon as possible to have a good opportunity to take first.
I mean, it's so far from over with how these rounds have gone. Good Boy was the start of the last time, and Mephi levels things back up. He doesn't want to be isolated too long. You can see players circling. 3 D plus Kia players have found their way around. They know he's in the bathroom, or at least close towards it. The sprays are coming through. The shotgun, he realizes they haven't quite made their way through. More sprays, more bees, more pressure, more death. Coated. That's the final of that sentence, but look at the timer. Look at what they still need to try and get control of. Look at where they need to put the pressure onto here. And Rin, they're in a very aggressive position. If they get punished, suddenly it's another 4 versus 2. MV Taylor's going for the big rotate round into the wall itself to make sure that they have the cross angle. They have the attention paid. The smoke canisters start to come out. They don't have garage. They're going very close. Rin does get Yunsang inside Logi, but then MV Taylor gets Nova and gets blasted as soon as he enters 2 versus 2. They don't have the kit. They don't have the decider. They don't have the time, Hap. But they still win it out. They just throw themselves in and start killing people.
I'm so confused. I think the diffuser was even on the roof. I'm not 100% sure on that one. Things just happen in these end of the rounds, and they're just insanely close. Like, what was the timer left? Like a second? When the last kill came through? Because there wasn't much more time than that. And that's with 5-4. So D plus trying to fight back here. Up towards the basement we go. FearX hoping that they get themselves towards the map point. Oh, yes. just having some fun together, you know, instead of doing side prep. Just giving each other high fives with the backs of the guns. Why? Do not ask me. Do they want to keep the Pulse and Valkyrie hidden? Possibly. It's not like these are very outrageous picks that you have to hide them like a Caveira or a Vigil.
Yeah. It's been a game. Been a game, and it's still not over. And I mean, obviously, it's 2 teams that are fighting towards the top. It's 2 teams that are fighting tooth and nail to get it. There's just been so many surprising ends to these rounds. Mephi opens up
with a Deagle Swamp Peak.
With a Deagle onto Woogie Man. It's on.
I use the 9x19 VSN if you have a Desert Eagle 50 cal.
There's a lot of aspects to this that are cause for concern, and here we are more concerned. And you know, FearX, they're often an advantage. Not that it means anything. Not that anything has ever been decided this game until apparently the final 5 seconds where chaos erupts. But able to pull out Woogieman, who has been, a bit of an up and down force for the team. You've lost your Ash. You've lost some of that chance to maybe get rid of some of the structure a bit easier. Just isolated one player, but they're not quite there to watch the catch, because Nova blows them out, and Yunsang has really struggled to get into this game. There's almost a return engagement. MV Taylor steps back in. Demic takes a little bit of damage. MV Taylor a lot more for it.
This is what I wanted to hide it, I guess, just so they're just a lot more careless about any of these C4s to go through. As they check into Black Eyes now, and there's a bunch of C4 prepped. As soon as they walk into that kitchen, they're just going to get blown sky high. I'm not sure if like another C4 just popped. Yeah, it definitely did. So there's only one left to go, which I believe is in pocket of Demic, who recovered his. It's just a horrible start for Deepless so far. Coded already down below. They know that he's there because there is a Pulse quite literally checking it constantly. And as Rin finds the kill onto that player that was playing around on the main stairs doorway, there's a 2v5 situation now, and they have full information of where everybody's coming from. Even the breach is being muted out. If somehow D+ will win this, then I don't know what happened.
I mean, I'm not writing anything out until we're into the next round, and even then, I'm not entirely sure. A scrappy fight. JLT takes the reload. Rin gets the double, though. And that one has gone the way you would have expected. Maybe the first time that's happened in a very long time. D+ Kia call attack timeout. I'm assuming that was that text that popped up in the top right.
Yes.
As we find ourselves sat looking down the barrel of a 3-point gun and setting your sights on the second place in the league.
It would still be possible for D+, even if they lose this, to get back into it. You can see like the round difference isn't too big so far. It's 2 rounds. If this ends next round, it's 3. They know FearX is facing PSG Talon afterwards, which means, that could just as well be another 3 points of PSG. And I think that D+ faces Orgless. Quickly check on that. No, they face Weeble. So, better opponent, slightly. But that should be doable for another 3 points as well. And then if they don't manage to get enough rounds in, they might still be able to overtake. But, of course, they want to limit the points here right now. If they manage to get 1, if they manage to get 2 out of this, that's better than having to wait for PSG Talent to clean up the job for you. You want to have it in your own hand rather than rely on your competitors to do it for you.
FearX. One step away from getting themselves that 3 points. Would look very, very nice on their mantle and make sure that they're pretty much locked, I think, in second place. Is it head-to-head first?
Sorry, repeat.
Is it head-to-head first?
No, round difference. They changed it.
Round
start
difference.
this year.
They changed it. I remember you talking about it, but I wasn't really listening. I mean, I was listening.
Disappointing.
I'm sorry.
Luckily, I only mention it 4 times a game.
Woogieman is in. Ooh, and they almost want to find themselves in a direct fight. They've got, again, an Ash where they died pretty much instantly last time round. But not quite. 30 seconds gone. A bit of the pressure onto the utility. The top red. Talked about it in the previous map that there was an absolute massacre at the top of the red stairs. Because the team just didn't really know how to appropriately get the pressure onto it. And get the clear. Obviously, instead, they're not opting for it. What are you trying here? Coded gets 1, but there's Mephi getting the response. I bet you didn't expect that.
Like, normally when you open up that hatch, everybody's trying to run away as soon as they possibly can because it's suddenly dangerous. You don't expect them to just take the fight with a shotgun out there, but, well, FearX, they decide to do it. get a kill. It's coded off the board. Lost Nova as well, but 2 minutes left on the clock. They don't really have control of logistics now. They don't really have control of construction yet either. The push needs to come to shove. And, well, let's say 60 seconds from this point onwards. For some reason, Woogieman is in the basement, which... Oh, he's actually challenging someone out there. Good Boy's in the basement as well. Are they going to collapse on this with 2 people?
I mean,
Because that's going to waste a lot of time. Yeah, they are. They are collapsing on it. But these grades are very difficult to actually try and get a challenge through.
Spraying down onto the player. Good Boys doing their best to live out, and they fight out. They take care of Woogieman. They make a break for freedom. And that is just another tragedy in the line of today. D+ Kia suffering on the side of the scrappiness of FearX, and I mean, what a break for it. They had him a fish in a barrel, but the fish was armed. Yunsang goes down outside. There's a bit of cover coming through the Kiva barricade. I mean, with 40 seconds left at this point, they're just slowing things down. Why not? More pressure. Yunsang's back up. The fight is about to come round the blind over the top. The B's over. They're inside. They're trying to drive themselves the kill. Rin gets one before they get traded out. Tucked behind the gym gear. Mephi gets the lockdown. We are hurtling and screaming to the end, and Yunsang is the last that is silenced by FearX in a game that had all the pacings of a roller coaster, and you were blindfolded. What a showing.
That has been a very chaotic game. Never could you write any of these teams out because it didn't matter if they were 2v5 or 1v3. Somehow clutches kept on happening. FearX, they managed to get on top of the initial trading game we had in round 1. And that means they are the ones to challenge PSG Talon next week for the win. Let's bring in Anne.
Let's
have a little chat.
Let's see if Anne knows what's going on.
I love the excitement. I mean, I gave Bobby credit. Even listening to you two casting it and how much chaos there was, I guess, in some of these rounds with some ninja diffuser, some players not really being 100% aware of that, for example, the chaos going down. But that's something, I guess, a word that we use quite often when it comes to describing the play style of FearX as well as D+. But this time around, FearX coming out victorious. I think those 3 points could be very welcome for them in that contention for the top 2. So I guess, can we say this game went how we expected it to? I think you two both put it a D+, but it was a relatively close game, I'd say, still.
Yeah,
it was too close.
I don't know what was going to happen. It was impossible. It was physically and literally, metaphysically impossible to predict how a round was going to end. They just threw everything at each other, and it was an exciting game to watch and cast, but also I still don't understand what I've seen.
There were a lot of questionable decisions made throughout the game so far that we're just sitting with our heads in our head and be like, why did you decide to do this? Good, for example, Nova running around with the Echo, with the Supernova shotgun. He's stuck in motorcycle on 1 HP. But everybody challenges him, and everybody dies. And you're like, you could have just planned it. You had the entire site, both sides, completely to your advantage, to your usability here. And everybody died in the clutch game out. It's just a couple of those moments where you're like, what? Like, what happened here? How did it get it so out of hand?
I heard the confusion from the two of you. I mean, it started out quite even. As we said, we can see the trajectory of the game as well. I think round 6 coded with that huge 1v2 as well to equal out things for the first split. But from there on, it seemed too dominant from the side of FearX. All the stats leaning in their favor as well. Would it be quite close still once again with the stats, but still leaning in towards their favor? And similar to with PSG Talon, with FearX as well, we have seen so many players continuously step up. I mean, we've had Nova as MVP before, we've had Good Boy as MVP before. This time around, Mephi's taken the MVP spot for FearX.
Yeah, juggle it round. I mean, Mephi had a great game, obviously kept on stepping themselves in, and the entry statistic being so sort of weighed into their favor, but that was just I think this was a great advertisement towards what FearX can do on their comms side and how quickly they can react to what is going on in the game at hand.
Mephi played like 8 different operators as well throughout the entire game. Like he's just been playing whatever was necessary at that point. From like a Deimos to a Glass, but also a Warden and a Castle. So it's just shown how flexible he can really be while still maintaining such a great KD.
This was our last game of the day as well. We'll have a look at the games that we've had today because it feels like today just flew by with all the games that we've had. 4 best of ones, despite some of them being really close, having an overtime in that first one, and then 2 games going 7-4. Only the Weeble Blossom game being relatively fast. This day flew by. It felt like Mir BNA was only just like an hour ago.
From that first game, I thought it's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long sort of show-up day. The second game going on longer than you thought. You're like, yeah, that's sort of the idea of it's going to be a longer day. And then just these last 2, and it's just been blindingly fast rounds, blindingly fast games. Obviously, Weeble Blossom, and yeah, here we are.
Single play day to go now. Not that much left to put into place, considering all our playoffs teams have been confirmed. Like, it's just whoever gets that second confirmed semi-final spot.
Hep, I understand you want to go to the standings real quick, because I understand you want to skip the predictions, but we gotta go through them. I mean, I'm trying to give myself a tap on my shoulder here looking at the predictions. I think yes, okay, my memory served me correctly. I did predict FearX. You two predicted D+. I'm not trying to rub it in, but I will state it. Yeah. So...
That's fine. I'm MV Taylor till I die.
Congratulations, Anne.
You know, I gotta represent.
Congratulations on the victory, on being the superior Dutch broadcaster today.
Wow.
So.
Wow, what a title to hold. I will make sure I will cherish it. But now we can actually have a look at the standings. Because like you said, a lot has been determined in the singular playday. Prior to today, we've only had 2 teams that were confirmed for that top 6, those being PSG and FearX. And this time around, we even have PSG Talon with 18 points confirmed for that top 2 position as well. Still up to D+ or FearX to determine who gets to take that other spot. It'll be really difficult for D+ though to still make that if they eventually get on equal points with FearX. Also, I believe D+ have a difficult game against Weeble on the very last playday. And unfortunately, if we go down these standings to the bottom 2 teams, this means that Blossom and Orgless are now completely eliminated from making that top 6. They have to go focus on those open qualifier playoffs if they want to make a chance of still making it to the major.
Yeah, it's not the biggest surprise. I guess we probably wanted more from Blossom, but before and after showed up well. They were able to put a bit of difference in. And, you know, as unfortunately Weeble proved before as well, if you have a great time in the best of 1 league, it doesn't mean that you'll be the team that makes it out in the long scheme of things. There is always a chance and always a possibility for upset and for new teams to strike through on the best of 3s. And that's where they'll just have to kind of structure themselves, really.
Hey, that's it, like the best of 3s, that's where we will broke apart. You just mentioned it, Emmy. It's going to be a completely different kind of ball game, and we also have to remember only one of these teams, specifically one of these top 6 teams, is going to be able to make it with a ticket towards Montreal from that close playoffs. The rest all has to go through like the last chance qualifier as soon as they come through, which, I mean, it's just like it is such a cruel league in that case. Like there's 2 spots, but there's like 3, maybe 4 teams that are like really fighting for it. Of course, with PSG Talon standing out over the rest of them. But that's going to be making for some really exciting LCQs.
And to make matters worse, it's even more cruel if we look at next week's playday. I mean, the matches that we got coming up can still determine a lot. Like we said, that second top 2 spot is still up for grabs for either FearX or D+, but look at their games. They don't have the easiest games at all going into next week. FearX have to go up against PSG Talon, who are already comfortable sitting in that top 2 spot. And then Weeble, despite them not being able to be knocked out of the top 6 anymore and not making it into top 2, they can still play the devil's advocate against a team like D+, who has suffered 2 losses in a row now. Mir, first game of next week, will not be able to make that top 2 anymore, but Orgless still need to get 1 point. I mean, they won't make it into the playoffs, but even if they could get 1 point, that would be good to maybe have a bit of redemption there. And then our third game as well, I think B, NA, and Weeble. For Weeble, not a lot is possible anymore either, but they're quite close to each other in regards of their final positioning. Weeble could still move up a little bit into that top 6 to make their potential first opponent in the playoffs a little bit easier. Our matches are there's a lot on stake, I guess, that we have for our matches, which I'm really looking forward to the most.
Maybe the last one.
PSG Talon. Oh. Well.
Ooh, you go first.
For me, it must be PSG Talon versus FearX, considering the fact that it is going to be deciding on who might take that first seat, who might be the champion of best of ones. But it also sets us up well for, you know, the playoffs afterwards. Like, who's going to try and go for the revenge story on the opposite team?
I quite like the idea that, you know, D plus Kia are a little bit wounded and Weeble played brilliantly today. And there's a chance now that Weeble can try and put a bit of a shake-up in there and make the sort of energy and momentum as high as possible before we get into the playoffs briefs.
Hey, all I'm saying is that game is where it went down last time around in stage 1, where Weeble was able to snatch away that first place in groups, and D Plus fell short after being so close to make it into that top 2. But I had a look at the schedule. I think neither of us are going to be here next week. That's a shame.
That's fine.
Very
Other
sad.
people can. We got the excitement of today.
True. I don't know if any of you will be returning for playoffs or LSQs. I'm actually not sure if I will be.
remember.
So,
We are not.
oh no.
I am
Japan from here on forward.
We're going over to Japan for a bit.
Yeah.
See you
Listen,
there.
Where our
holiday.
services are needed, we will be.
That's very, very nice of you. But hey, I'll see you there over on the side of Japan. But before we get to Japan, which is actually on tomorrow, if you still haven't completed your packs, you can tune in tomorrow for some Japan League on the mainstream. Currently on the mainstream, we even have Asia League, which I believe is about halfway through their playday, so still a bit more siege action going on in there. I'd like to thank you two for the casting today. It was absolutely amazing to listen to, as always. A thank you to production as well for the smooth sailing with our show today. Thank you for watching, and I will see you again next week for more Korea League.
What's too late, though?